Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the final round of the 2017 match of the Millennials, an unprecedented clash between the top juniors in the United States and the top juniors in the world. So far, the top juniors in the world have been dominating the field and have won already the tournament with one round to spare. Will the juniors in the United States manage to salvage some pride and win the last round? Only time will tell. Let's start the round with Jen, Maurice, and Alejandro back in the studio.
Thank you, Christian. And indeed, it is over. The world has already crushed the U.S., but still, I think this is going to be a dramatic mini tournament within a tournament, Alejandro.
Well, basically, we're playing for pride here at the St. Louis Chess Club and for some rating. It has been, to me, truly unbelievable how crushing the world's performance has been over the U.S. And still some games left to play. Very interesting chess we're going to have here, but the domination has been evident.
That's right. It was all about Bloody Friday yesterday, that 7.5 scorcher. And maybe we can flip the script this round, but let's take a look and see where we stand. Well, here it is. There are 14.5 points for the U.S. team and 25.5 for the world team. Because there are only 8 points up for grabs in this round, it is mathematically impossible for the U.S. team to catch the world. And so, congratulations to the world. You guys won the $20,000 in prize money and, of course, the pride of defeating the very strong U.S. team, which includes the world junior champion. But the runners-up don't go home empty-handed, $10,000. But even more importantly, a lot of lessons to be learned from this tournament.
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing the world's taking home. They're taking hundreds of rating points with them. Our top junior, Jeffrey Xiong, is losing 12 rating points in this tournament. That brings him from 2642 to 2630. It's been a rough year for him.
That's right. A rough time for Jeffrey indeed. But let's go to Maurice to get his thoughts on what we can expect as this match wraps up.
Well, after 7 rounds, the U.S. team is just punch drunk. They really got roughed up by a very talented world squad. And to think it could have been worse than this in some of these games, some of these matchups. But it's all water under the bridge now, and it's time for this round. I mean, you look at the numbers, they say it all. Esipenko, the youngster, showing a dominant result. He scored 4 points, by the way, in only 6 games. Sevian getting 4 points in 7 games. And there's Sarana also in only 5 games getting 3.5 points. Jeffrey Xiong playing 7 games to get the exact same score. It's all blue. It's coming up blue. What a fantastic performance by those players. And if you look at the under 14, well, the Blues are dominant right there. That tells the whole story about that section. You see young Bibisara Assaubayeva, she just completely led the team with a 3-0 score, but the others definitely held their own as well, while the U.S. team was simply at the bottom of the table, could not keep up. But today it's about pride. This round right now, and this is one of the big matchups we'll be following. Aryan Chopra showing his class, absolutely, only losing 1 game, winning 2 and drawing 3. He'll be against Sevian, who was hot to start, then not so much at all in the middle, but he won his last game in dominating style. And he's insistent. When I interviewed him, he said, I want to win again. He's all about having a great performance right now. And another big performance we'll look at, Alexei Sarana. He didn't lose a game at all this entire tournament. 2 wins, 3 draws. He's been rock solid and has a fantastic result. Jeffrey Xiong, though, not so much. As mentioned, losing rating points. The world junior champion only breaking even. 1 win, 1 loss, 5 draws. Not expected of him. Can he pull it together this last round and show why he is indeed the best young junior in the world? And this performance, we will take a look at this matchup. Martha Samarasvili, she hasn't done great this tournament herself, but not bad. She didn't lose a game. She's drawn a couple. Very solid performance for her, but she'll have to face off against young Bibi. I mean, she has simply been a world beater, showing why she is being touted as one of the top young talents to watch as they prepare with their game faces on. And we're about to go into the pride round. that's all we got. Round 8 coming up in a few minutes.
Let's take a look at the rest of the pairings. Yep, that's right. Alexei Sarana playing against Jeffrey Xiong. Aryan Chopra versus Sevian. Esipenko, Rufang Lee. Martirosyan versus Nicholas Checa. And in the under 14 section, we've got Andrew Hong versus the Indian star. Liang versus Abdusattorov. Martha Samarasvili versus Bibi. And Carissa Yip versus Salimova. Look at the world team. They're joking and laughing. And you know what I noticed about the world team is they really love the St. Louis Chess Club gear. It's funny because they wear the gear so fiercely and consistently that it seems like they're kind of like the home team. They love those shirts.
Well, this is the Russian-speaking portion of the of the world team. They said they bonded together, that they became one team. Wow, they proved it here in St. Louis, definitely playing more cohesively than we have, playing better than we have, showing what on-point preparation can be doing. We're just discussing with Maurice earlier about his interview with Grivas, the trainer of the world team, and how they pinpointed the opponent's weaknesses. And
they look like they like each other. I mean, they're happy, of course, that they won, but just hanging out with you could see that they're friends. And these are the kind of experiences that make friends for life. They will be playing in many more tournaments and will see each other in other competitions, of course, but they'll go home to their respective cities, but you can be sure they'll be on Facebook and Snapchat, whatever else the young kids are doing these days. They will certainly be enjoying the fact that they had an epic victory. This will simply go down as one of the biggest beatdowns you'll ever see in a team competition.
yeah, I can't remember any competition of something against the world that went this badly, honestly. Not before the last round.
Yeah, it's a really a fantastic performance, and I like what you said, Maurice, about the friendships. That's one of the reasons having tournaments like these for the youth is so important, because those bonds really give you not only friends that inspire you to keep playing because the tournaments are more fun, but also people to analyze with and to work on your game with, potentially. So I think it's really great. I mean, actually, you mentioned you hadn't seen a beatdown like this in a team competition, but I do recall another event that we had here at the club, which was so lopsided, the K vs. Q. Remember that event?
That it never happened again. Yeah, I remember that tournament. The Kings versus Queens, it was a combination of chess 960 and rapid, I want to say.
Yes.
With some of the best women players in the world. We had Katerina Lachno, we had Alexandra Kostenyuk.
Irina Krush and Anna Zatonsky played for the U.S.
And Marta Fierro. And they were playing against a not as balanced team, but that averaged about the same rating. It was, I think, Hikaru Nakamura, Ben Feingold, and there was a local player whose name escapes me, Kevin Sao, I think. And they averaged about the same rating. Jacek Stopa was playing, Mark Arnold. Those were the teams. And I remember that we had the chess 960 women's champion of the world, Katerina Lachno, and the women's 960 former champion of the world, Alexandra Kostenyuk. The average rating was pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, the average rating was the same, but in retrospect, it seemed clear that a lot of the male players were like really legendary for their blitz and rapid play. For instance, obviously Nakamura, obviously Feingold, well known for being even better at blitz than he is at classical.
But I do remember that even the lowest rated player of the Kings section scored 50%, right?
Again, so and he was, I guess he was underrated because he was like the local junior as well. So, yeah, the point is sometimes it happens. I mean, if you look at charts for like occurrences and how likely it is for some of the tail end probabilities to occur, it might happen more often than you think that there's some kind of like massive score that accumulates. But I know it sounds obvious, but usually when somebody wins by a huge margin, it means that they are the favorite pre-tournament.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. Honestly, in this tournament, even after seeing this result, you put the same players again under different circumstances. You perhaps change the coaching, change the month, change whatever.
Sure, you change all the variables.
Yeah, I still say that the U.S. should have a very good fighting chance against them. I mean, I would still take the U.S. This was quite a disaster, and just very difficult to explain. And that's going to be up to the coaches, Armin Bartsumian, Michael Khodorkovsky, and Alexander Onystruk, to sit down and see what on earth happened. What did they do wrong compared to the world team?
On the other hand,
momentum is a factor, right? Momentum is a factor in chess. Sometimes when things are going poorly, they keep going poorly. And if you don't resolve that issue early on, you might find that your team simply can't become cohesive. And they did not have that. The cohesion that was self-evident, I mean, so clear. Even there to the very end, you saw the world team didn't break until it was the last second to start playing. And they no doubt said, you know, just let's finish them off in style right now. Let's do the job. And you can expect them, even though they're loose and relaxed, that they're going to want to play a great game, because if they could finish this off, they could have over 30 points out of the 48. 30-plus points winning this competition? That's just insane. I mean,
yeah, grab the rating points while they're down. You know, if the U.S. team is rattled, why not try to take some more rating points for the road? That could definitely be the attitude of the world team here, and of course, even more pride. Although, in a way, it doesn't get much better than plus 12, does it? Plus 11.
I guess we're going to find out.
I mean,
who would have imagined plus 11? You know, if you could get plus 11, go for it. There's more gold in them there hills. Might as well go get some more points if possible, especially given that the under 14s are the clear favorite to collect more points. So we can expect to see plus 13, 2 more points from them. It's going to be a question of whether or not the under 17s can finally win one match. It's 7 rounds have passed. They haven't won one match. That's insane. 7 days, and they've only tied or lost. You could not have bet that. If I had bet you that, Alejandro, I would have been taking home money.
Well, a lot of money.
If we take a look at some of the openings throughout this match, and we'll take a look at the games in addition, in defense of the coaches, honestly, it felt like the U.S. players were pretty well prepared in the opening. Even some of the games where they were massively outrated on the women's section, I often found myself looking at Carissa and Martha's games and saying, that looks great. Good job.
Yeah, a couple of problems here and there in the openings, but nothing too major. Well, this is obviously not what's going on. Yeah, but nothing major. I didn't like Andrew Hunk's opening yesterday. He's got a slight disadvantage, but nothing major. I never saw at any moment that the U.S. got into real problems out of the opening. The openings were fine. It was clearly not the openings where the problems were, but...
Although Rufang Lee did have some oddities, but that's kind of his style, as you mentioned.
I actually asked him that when he came in last round about openings, and he said, no, I'm comfortable in the opening. I don't think the opening is a problem. And I asked him about B3, because we were saying he should be playing main lines mainly, and he said, I do have main lines in my repertoire. It's just that the other openings I like. I think B3 is a very good move. I have a 70% record with it, and I'm comfortable playing it, and he's playing it again today. Yeah. So PV is white with B3. He just thinks it's a good opening, and he wants to use it all the time.
I mean, that's just his style. That's not, I repeat, the openings were definitely not a problem in this tournament. But I think that the preparation of the world team went beyond openings. It went beyond the understanding of the first 15 moves and the subsequent plans. It was a very directed, personal preparation. I mean, at no point does the U.S. usually prepare and say, oh, my opponent has a weakness on endgames. Let's target that against this specific player. We don't really do that. We have more general preparations. And I think that showed in this kind of matches.
If I may extend that thought, Grivas, Grandmaster Grivas, who was the captain of the world team, he mentioned that he did spot some weaknesses, and he felt that Jeffrey Xiong, for example, was weak in the ending. And we saw Jeffrey lose an ending to Chopra, I believe it was.
To Martirosyan.
Oh, no, sorry, you're right. And he lost in an endgame, and then, but you know, to specify that, it looks like they just wanted to get out of the opening against Jeffrey, get out of his preparation, and once they got into the middle games, they felt very confident. And they did that pretty much throughout. It didn't say to them that, oh, the U.S. team is weak in the openings. Not at all. It's just picking the right openings, going into the type of positions that they would be comfortable in, and you saw that. When you're in something you're comfortable in, your rating points will be 100 points higher easily. When you're playing an opening that you're not comfortable, not familiar, where you just memorize moves, you'll simply drop 180 points from your strength. That all depends on you being in something you're really comfortable in. And actually, it was Carissa's dad who said that. She tried a new opening here, and he said she knew the opening, she got a good position, but she wasn't familiar with the plans and immediately started to play random chess. Yeah. Which just goes to show that memorizing those moves, even for a player of her level, is simply not enough.
Right. Yeah, it was the Ruy Lopez that she played yesterday against Bibi that she did get a really nice position, and then eventually she just did not understand the counterplay that Black could obtain in that kind of position when she took the d6 pawn.
And that just shows you have to be familiar with the plans in the middle game, what kind of end games could arise. It's not about just memorizing opening moves, as a lot of people do. You have to go over complete games of the strong players and openings that you play in order to make sure you see what the thematic ideas are, the kind of trades you want to make, the kind of end games you potentially want to steer yourself into. And that's how preparation is done these days.
Correct.
Yes, and for amateur players listening in, I think even beyond that, or earlier than that, looking not only at complete games, but the very beginning moves of the opening and making sure you understand why they're played. And that's something that I really don't think people do enough. Then if somebody plays something different in the Ruy Lopez on move 8 and they're lost because they just memorize those moves without really understanding the full ideas behind them. But let's take a look at some of these openings that we have. We do have a Ruy Lopez going on right now between Abdusattorov and Wander Liang.
Is that where we're starting?
Yeah, sure. Let's start there. It's always fun to look at these two super talents.
Yeah, not really much to say since they actually had this position already in this. We already had this position in this tournament. We were talking about the early variations with Bishop B7. I think earlier in the tournament somebody chose D3, but this is, of course, perfectly playable after Rook E8. It's one of the new main lines of the Ruy Lopez where people are playing Bishop B7 before playing Knight B8, which is that kind of Breyer setups. Wander has been playing pretty solid in this kind of position. Knight G5 has been played. Only move in this position is to play Rook F8 because, well, obviously F7's hanging. And I'm wondering what he's going to go. So here after Rook F8, I think he's just retreated the knight.
That is what happened.
So if he goes Rook E8, you can go Knight G5 again, and now we're going to be left with 7 games instead of 8. But
I kind of don't see that happening, though, do you? I mean, it seems like Abdusattorov, such a young player with the white pieces having already clinched the match, will try to deviate.
Well, one of the nice things about this as white is that you can kind of ask Black if he wants to deviate. Because maybe he won't play Rook E8 and he'll play some other variation just to avoid the draw. And you weren't planning on taking the draw anyway, but you made the threat.
That's right. So you got that kind of like psychological repetition, which confuses your opponent and sometimes causes them to play something they weren't intending on playing. That does happen in a lot of different lines. For instance, the Bishop B3 line in the Najdorf, where after Knight G4, Bishop C1. Sometimes Black ends up playing a different line of the Najdorf, consequently. So We'll see if that's what Wander has in mind here. Shout out to the beginning of the Denker Tournament of High School Champions. That's actually going on in Norfolk right now, and Wander once won that tournament.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Former.
Because isn't Denker like high school?
No, I'm sorry, Barber. He won the Barber. The
right,
Barber is like
he's not even old enough to go to high school.
The Barber is the K8 version. So that was the K8, K8 Tournament of Champions, which started like 5 years ago. So that was the one he won. And that happens in conjunction with the Denker as well as the Girls Tournament of Champions, and they all three happen together.
Okay. State
champions. But Wander, our current junior champion, is fighting it out in a rich game against Abdusattorov, but will it retain the richness or will it fizzle out into a repetition? Not something you see very frequently by such young players, so I think it's going to go on.
He is stopped, though, to think about the position that's obviously been played 10,000 times.
10,000 easily.
And for him to be thinking, exactly, there it is, the move Rook E8.
Yeah.
I suspected that was because he knew if he played Rook E8, Knight G5, and we're going to be repeating if White wants to. So
Knight G5 already forces a draw. So, as you mentioned, Jen, he's a very young player. He probably wants to play on. But
well, Knight G5, you mean if they do it again and again, you mean? Because
no, Knight G5 already forces the draw. Because Rook F8, Knight F3 is threefold already. And you don't have a choice besides Rook F8.
But Abdusattorov doesn't have to play Knight G5 here. But he did it.
They won the tournament.
There it is.
Why not They already won the tournament.
No need to play anymore. No need to take any chances against this GM-elect. Time to relax and celebrate.
They did their job.
His job will be done right now as...
Well, we'll see if he plays knight f3, but usually there's actually no other good move.
No, he's going to...
I gotta
clear what is happening
Yeah, why
here.
didn't you explain why after rook f8 there's no other good move?
Well, the knight's just misplaced, and you actually want to bring it back to the board. The only reason you would play something like this is to play an early f4, which makes less sense than usual because the rook's now on e1. That's actually extremely risky in those kind of variations to open up the center with the knight kind of badly placed on g5. Now, yeah, there's no choice but to defend with rook f8 because d5 just gets absolutely murdered by e takes d5. And I'm surprised they didn't claim the draw, but...
Knight f3.
Yeah.
So he played knight f3, but without claiming the draw.
I'm pretty sure you can claim it there because, let me count, it's one is here after d4, that's 1, 2, and 3. He could have claimed the draw if he felt like it. I guess he doesn't want to, or he didn't realize it.
Or yeah, just assuming that a wander will now repeat and then...
Or I am counting wrong.
Isn't it 3 folds with player on move?
Well, you write that your intention is knight f3. So I wouldn't... So basically you write down on your score sheet knight f3, you call the arbiter.
You call the
and
arbiter
say,
over and then, yeah. So.
Yeah. And that would have been... My intention is to play this move, and this would be the third time that
this position
exactly occurs. And because the rook move doesn't actually influence castle, since castle already happened, and that would be it, yeah.
Well, these kids will maybe have some chance to see one of the great attractions of St. Louis, the zoo, the botanical gardens, or just...
The casino. They got money.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be enjoying the festivities for sure here in St. Louis. As the summer of chess is continuing to rage on after this with the Sinkfield Cup and the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz, I'm sure that some of the youngsters might stick around for a couple of days to watch some of the action unfold. And this is how it's all going down. August 1st to 12th, we have the Sinkfield Cup. The tournament actually begins on August 2nd, but you can check out the opening ceremony pinned. That's going to be a fantastic collaboration with the St. Louis Fashion Fund on August 1st, and you can go and get tickets for that. Meanwhile, after that, we've got the much-awaited grand return of Garry Kasparov, who is going to be participating in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So that's really unmissable.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see Kasparov play. I'm going to have the pleasure of doing commentary during that as well as you guys. Because, man, that guy is such a show when he plays. It's unbelievable when you see Kasparov play chess. The energy that he brings to the game, the daggers that he throws at his opponent through his eyes. I mean, it's amazing just when he sits down, puts his game face on, takes off his watch. I mean,
Whoa. Slow down now. Garry doesn't take off his watch unless it's down to business time. And you have to get him to take off his watch. If he's just in this preparation and he's crushing you, the watch is not coming off. But when it's time, he goes, wait. Something's up here. Then the watch comes off. But when you know you're playing Garry, when you really deserve and you pat yourself on the back, is when he takes the jacket off. Because that means he's like, oh my goodness, something's wrong in the position that I have to really sweat it out. He will not take his jacket. He will not give you the credit, that kind of credit, by taking his jacket off unless you have him up against the wall and he has to solve lots of problems. When he solved all those problems and everything is clear, he's going to crush you, the jacket comes back on. Or he's out of danger, the jacket comes back on. When it's clear he's going to crush you, the watch comes back on, and then you can just resign because he's just cool again. So it's, as you said, I've been calling this guy's games for decades, actually, and he is simply an amazing showman. Maybe the best one now is Nakamura. Can you think of somebody as emotional at the board, as demonstrative as Kasparov is?
Vasilin Topalov is kind of demonstrative as
Oh,
well.
no, he doesn't compare at all. What are you talking about?
But not to Garry, but he does have a lot of emotion. Nakamura is definitely a good
Nakamura
guy.
is the real deal.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk.
Chucky, we just called Chucky in Leuven, and I mean he's okay. He's okay.
I mean, you cannot compare to the great
He's
Garry.
not like Nakamura and Garry. Those two to me are the top of the list. I can't think of any top player who doesn't even anything close. Everybody else is so cool about everything, just not showing anything at all at the board.
I was thinking of that game that Veselin lost to Caruana in the Caruana run, and there was just like some amazing photo of his face when he saw like the killer blow.
Yeah, but that's like a moment as opposed to an entire game.
Entire game, exactly. But Gary actually right now just got back from giving a speech at a hacking conference, a DEF CON. So he was giving a speech about deep thinking, which is his new book, actually was just sold here at the Chess Club, about artificial intelligence and the marriage of human and machine thought. And one of the funny tweets I saw about that conference was somebody getting Gary to sign a bottle of vodka.
A bottle of vodka?
Yes, exactly. Tito's.
Tito's?
Yeah, Tito's vodka, signed by Gary Kasparov.
Made in America.
How cool is that? That's a really cool thing to get signed by Gary.
Made in America vodka, that's funny.
And we do have some signing sessions coming up here with your favorite players. I know that the beginning of the Sinquefield Cup always kicks off with a signing session where you can buy some boards and T-shirts and get them signed by your favorite players. So that's something you really want to check out as well. And that's on August 1st. Before the championship begins on the 2nd.
I gotta say, I really want to hear what Gary's assessment is of this debacle that the U.S. team experienced here, because he was a hands-on coach of the team before they played in this event. He, according to Varuzhin, also according to Onishchuk, who saw it, Gary was so hands-on. He was almost tender with the kids. He was always there. He would spend hours and hours analyzing each child's game and opening and giving suggestions. As a matter of fact, the game that Sevian, now we have Sam on the screen, that Sam won last round against Smirnov, Bishop B5 was Gary's novelty. Gary said in that French, play Bishop B5. And when I asked Sam, he said, yeah, it was just Gary telling me to play Bishop B5 and told the main ideas, and he just smashed Smirnov. Smirnov had no idea about this move. So Gary was totally involved in trying to help them out, but of course he had to leave. They didn't have that Kasparov spirit trying to help them, bring them together as a team, band them together, because you know, when he loses, and that doesn't happen often, but when he loses, watch out. It's fire and brimstone for the next person he plays, because he gets that energy together and that anger and ferociousness to crush you in the next round. So maybe they could have used some of that Gary spark in this competition. They did not have it at all, but I'm very curious because he's such an insightful person. What he thought made it happen that the U.S. team did not perform so well, despite all the help that he gave them in training camps before this event.
Well, Gary Kasparov, of course, is coming back to St. Louis, so maybe we will get a chance to ask him. As for his Twitter feed, which is always very active, he hasn't really commented much on the match except to retweet one of Tatev Abrahamyan's articles, recaps. And then he also did say that he only has a secret stash of vodka on him at DEF CON, although many things these days could drive one to drink. So perhaps he was talking about the match of the Millennials, or perhaps he was talking about something else. Gary Kasparov there in a shot with some of the kids here. I know that he's definitely distraught. I mean, you can see he just loves these kids, because it hasn't been like, oh, I'm working with Wander Liang to prepare him for the match of the Millennials. He's been working with some of these kids for years now, with his Young Stars program, I think, being 5 years old.
Yeah, and some of them have been there almost since the inception. I think Sam Sevian's been there for a very long time. Rufang Lee is a rather new addition to the Young Stars. I want to say he's been there 1 year or something. Carissa Yip's the same. She's been in the program less than a year. But yeah, some of these kids have had already quite a lot of training with Gary. Quite a lot of training, and of course it's paid off. I mean, that youngster to the right you see in the picture, young Jeffrey Xiong, is the world junior champion. Yeah, he's had a bad year. Yeah, his tournament here was terrible. But he still is an amazing chess player.
And I've had the opportunity to discuss quite a bit of this with Gary already. We talked in Leuven, for example, when he was talking about his comeback and not to expect too much. But he also talks about the kids themselves. And he assesses these players, their personal strengths and weaknesses. And you know Gary has high standards, because when he talks about who's going to make it to the top, he means top 10. Actually, he really means top 5, and he says that. Is this a top 5 talent? He looks for that intestinal fortitude, that X factor that says, these players will get to the top, will be able to challenge your Magnus Carlsens, your Hikaru Nakamura's, and your Fabiano Caruanas of the world. But I don't think he thinks it's clear to him yet that anybody has separated themselves and said, yes, I'm a dominant player. I'm a world talent of the class of a Garry Kasparov. Well, how many of them exist on the planet? He look at guys like me and you, Alejandro, and say, please, you guys never had a chance. Don't worry about it. But he's all about best of the best of the best. And his standards are very high. I'm sure he's taking this one on the chin and wanting to know when the rematch is.
Yeah, that's right. I would agree with that. He's going to want to, it's kind of like season these days, you know, Orange is the New Black comes back every 6 months. You know, they shorten the season. Gary's going to be like, we need to make this more than an annual event because I can't wait 12 months to get my revenge.
The next season is 6 months? That's the best news I've got all day. That was the best news I've gotten.
In general, the seasons are getting shorter, aren't they?
I think so. Well, hopefully, I think Wonder plays actually soon. I think I Wonder finally played Rookie A. For some reason, he thought 10 minutes on the move. But let's see if the Uzbeki player, the young star, Abdusattorov, decides to actually take the draw. Again, it's on his hands if he decides to play the move knight g5.
Maybe they don't know the rules. They'll never be able to take a draw because they don't know to call the arbiter over.
Yeah, sometimes you have these amazing players, but they're so young they've never actually
made a different move.
He made a different move. Which is funny because both white and black could have claimed the draw. And then they decided neither of them was going to do it.
Well, if you talk about the match of pride, the round of pride, this is definitely a showing of pride. You know, not wanting to be the one who claims the draw and instead to continue on playing. And with it, he got 10 extra minutes to play. So Wander is actually the one thinking between Rook F8 and Rook A8. Yeah,
so A3 was actually the choice of the Uzbek player after A3. It's mainly done to give the bishop a retreat on the diagonal that it's most active in, which is the A2 F7 diagonal. And it's well-known theory, nothing special. I expect that Wander will now go back to blitzing a few moves. Or not, because A3 is a known idea. I'm not sure about the specific position, but the idea of A3 in this kind of real pesos is quite common.
Well, some sharp positions happening that on a lot of the boards. We should be happy for that. This one between the two under 14-year-olds, Martha Samarasvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva. We see this position came out of an H3. If we go back, an H3 Najdorf. Being played quite frequently these days, and after e6, g4, knight fd7, the fianchetto of the bishop, bishop e7, castles, and then knight to c6. And this move, bishop e3, knight d e5, preparing to go to the c4 square, and the move b3, definite weakening of this side of the board. Black is happy to see that when it happens. She could have played queen e2, aiming for the f4 idea, but b3 permanently stopping this move. I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of watching white make weakening moves on the queen side, but in a position like this, if you can get the pawn to c4, if I could pick up the pawn off of c2 and drop it on c4, then it will be okay. You play rook c1 and not worry about it. But for the moment, this file looks a little tenderoni. We'll see whether or not Black can exploit that idea. You could tell, I feel like Bibi is thinking, I know she prefers to be called Sarah, but Sarah is not going to be the name that she's remembered by if she's a big star. Everybody's going to call her BB. Come on. That's just so unique that when you say BB, you're going to know exactly who you're talking about. And he's going to be referring to this young lady. She probably wants 4-0. Can you imagine walking out of here with a 4-0 result? I came, I saw, I conquered, Definitely. I showed what's up. So she can win this game and come out with 4-0. She really has nothing to lose, in fact. I mean, she's already won 3. No matter what happens, they're going to still have a dominant result. So I'm pretty sure she's happy to be in a position like this. She knows she outrates her opponent by a ton. What is the rating point difference? At least
like 300.
300 rating points. She's supposed to win this game as far as she's concerned. So I think she's going to be as tenacious as ever, as she's proven in this competition, and look to win so she can go 4-0 and be the real star of the tournament.
It's funny how players have very little saying on their nicknames because, I mean, I know that I didn't know that Bibi likes to be called Sarah, I guess, for her second part of her first name. But for example, Chucky, Ivanchuk actually hates being called Chucky, but everybody calls him that. He actually said in an interview, and you ask him in person, do you like the nickname Chucky? He's like, no, I hate it. I'd rather not be called that.
What nickname do you hate?
For myself? Actually, I had a funny story in Russia. The first time I went, somebody asked me my name, a journalist, and I said Alejandro. And they didn't understand what I was saying. I had no idea. And they kept asking, they kept asking, they kept asking. At some point he goes, Sasha. This is my first time in Russia. I had no idea what this guy was talking about. And they kept calling me Sasha.
Because Sasha's for Alexander.
Yeah, and Sasha is the diminutive of Alexander. And I was very confused for a long time how they managed to get Alejandro to Sasha. But, you know, they call me that in Russia once in a while.
And you don't like it?
I mean, I don't mind that, actually.
Okay,
dude,
Sasha.
that's great compared to my nickname of Big Head when I was a kid. Trust me, I take Sasha any day of the week. The other one I had as a nickname, and this is all from my brother, by the way, older brother, was Hemoglobin. So
wait, what?
Yeah,
seriously?
I know. Seriously. Seriously. So I could pretty much be called anything. It's going to be better than Big Head and Hemoglobin. And that's what I answered to for like 8 to 10 years of my life. So, yeah, you could see what kind of brother I had.
Okay.
Well, we can't call you Big Hair anymore, Alejandro.
No.
Not for a little while.
Don't give the production team any more ideas. It's been enough for one tournament. For one summer of chess.
Well, and after this, of course, you're going to be doing Spanish language commentary
Absolutely.
for the Sinquefield Cup and the Rapids.
Yeah, we're going to be coming back with the Spanish commentary. I'm going to be doing it Women's International Master Yvette Garcia from Mexico. And we're going to have all the action here from the Sinquefield Cup and the St. Louis Rapid in both languages and interviews with the players that speak Spanish. We'll have Lenier Dominguez from Cuba. We'll have Vishy Anand from India. So it'll be much more exciting this time around for our fans that speak Spanish.
What about Fabiano Caruana? Does he speak any Spanish at all?
He speaks an excellent English. His English is really good.
And let's take a look at some of these games. How about let's look at Sevian's game.
Actually, Sevian's game is a little bit on the slower side. It's another Spanish. We already have seen this essaying of d6 instead of castle, jumping into a marshal. I think Sevian's been preferring the move d6 rather than threatening the marshal with castles.
Because as you say, the marshal's always a draw.
It's always a draw. It's amazing how that opening is always a draw. c3, castles h3, and we go into the Chicorin variation of the Spanish, which is the most classical approach to the opening. I mean, this has been played for well over 100 years, and still theory hasn't fully decided whether white's better or not. It's a very close position, very strategical. You can see that Aryan Chopra is very well prepared. He already has a small but significant time advantage over Sam Sevian. The ideas of the opening, even though it's been decades that have been studied, that every single world champion in history has gone through this position, it's still not so clear on what the subtleties are. Some of them include when to close the center and when to open the c-file. So you can see that black's always going to have the option of taking on d4 either once or twice, and when to do that is very key to the de-evaluation of the position. It depends on how soon I can get a rook to c8, but not only that, how effective the rook on c8 is going to be. For example, if I take here, and you go rook c8. If I didn't have the move knight e3, for example, then the move rook c8 does become very uncomfortable. But as long as I have this knight e3 move, suddenly the bishop on c2 is well guarded. You're starting to wonder what exactly the queen and the rook are doing on this diagonal. You definitely feel the weakness of this knight on a5, and overall it's considered to be a little bit better for white. If you take twice, which is one of the reasons you have this rook on d8. If you take twice, in many scenarios, what you're looking for is a very early push with the break, d5, ripping apart the center and equalizing the position immediately. However, that always has to be calculated very, very, very seriously. For example, d5 here wouldn't, I have to calculate both e5, which has to be met with knight e4, potentially a pawn sacrifice, or pawn takes d5, which now I have to watch out of the opening of this rook on e1 on my bishop. So a lot of things to be considered already. It seems like Chopra is familiar with the position because he played this move knight f1 rather quickly, and I want to see what Sam comes up with. He has the choices between rook c8, c takes d4, I think those are his major choices. He always has to also be worried that if he doesn't actually take on d4, white himself, let's put just some random move on the board. If black allows the move d5, he needs to make sure that he has enough counterplay all over the board to not get smothered both on the queen side and on the king side at the same time, because d5 locks the center up and challenges black to find some kind of active plan. Usually that involves a very quick c4 in order to open up the queen side. There white to play b4 so that black can go knight b7, and even though this knight on b7 is atrocious, you at least get a5 in, which puts some pressure on the queen side.
So we've got a very strategic Spanish in store for sure. And some of those ideas you were mentioning about opening the c5 up the right side reminded me of the game where yesterday Bibisara prevailed over Carissa Yip.
Yeah, it's the same structure. Yeah.
Even though it was like a slightly different incarnation, it wasn't the mainline Spanish, but like an early d3 Spanish.
Right.
And as Maurice was mentioning, Carissa Yip, despite getting in a good position, the understanding of the plans weren't at the level of Bibi. So that's why you should be watching these games closely. Spanish players or Spanish would-be players. This is one of the best openings in chess.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about it over the broadcast over and over again, how important it is for players to familiarize themselves on openings that have this flexible pawn structure that you can learn many different strategical elements on them. And here already after knight f1, you can see Sam taking his sweet time thinking about what his next move is going to be because of the complexities of the position.
One thing I like about Aryan Chopra is something I read about him. You see that he has this nice, it looks pretty aesthetic actually. He has a little star on his forehead that you can kind of see in a lot of close-ups of him if they bring up a close-up. Maybe you can't see it from this angle, but if you see like his portrait photography, you always see it. And he got that actually when he was 6 years old in a household accident, and that's one of the reasons that he was bedridden for a while, and he actually used that time to learn chess. So it's funny, just a very kind of grand example of the idea that everything bad has a silver lining, and that's certainly a lesson that the U.S. team here at the Match of the Millennials can apply.
You're always so positive. I love that about you. I'm not sure how you managed to get a silver lining out of the -11 we're at right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, falling flat on your face and getting sent to the emergency room can't be very fun either, right? But then, 10 years later, being on the grand stage in the chess capital of the world, next to, I'm sure, one of his heroes, Vishniana, and that's a big silver lining.
Oh, definitely true. We have other games, and I really wanted to take a look at the Jeffrey game because that was a ton of theory that usually I'm very happy about this preparation from both sides, but this time I find White's preparation a little bit on the questionable side, despite how fast he's playing. He's playing instantly, so this has to all be prepped. But let's go back from the beginning. This was a Grunfeld, which Jeffrey has been playing a lot of, and with this bishop takes c7 move, which is an idea. It's quite greedy, but it's well known. Knight a6 is the main line. Now, retreating the bishop to g3 allows a very quick e5, and those complications tend to favor black. So bishop a6 is one of the ideas, and black's supposed to be okay after queen takes g2. This is forced. Queen f3, there's no other way to defend the rook, and sacrificing it actually doesn't make any sense. Those tactics don't work out for white at all. Queen f3 is almost forced. Now you recover the bishop on a6. Material, if you count it, is even, but black structure on the queen side is questionable. And white, obviously, with this pawn on d4, has a nice grip on the center. So this balance of power between the structure and the queen side that's a little bit weakened, the h2 pawn being a little bit weakened, the pair of bishops against this d4 square that is giving white a nice center. Rook g1 was played, and here Jeffrey actually started to think. This is where the first moment he started to actually figure out the position, perhaps not being familiar with the specific opening theory. The move f6 struck me as a little strange, but the more I saw it, the more I understood it. Black has a lot of problems trying to figure out where to put his pieces, and the square e5 is actually rather vulnerable. If you put the bishop on d7, if you do something like, I don't know, put pieces that are in range of a knight of an e5, immediately white goes knight e5 and exploits the fact that he would have this nice square. f6 takes care of everything along those variations, and in case that the dark squared bishops somehow are exchanged, you'd want to have your pawns on dark squares because it's going to be your powerful light squared bishop that gives you play. So rook c1, rook f7, another mysterious move, right? You don't want to play the bishop, you want to play rook f7. And now you're preparing, among many other things, simply the idea of playing e6 and bringing out the rook, or even more forcefully, playing the move e5 to sacrifice a pawn and open up files and diagonals for your pieces. King e2, bishop d7, d5, and this was the time that Jeffrey took to play the move e5, gain some space in the center, asking white if he wants to take en passant and get rid of this pawn in the center, or play the move d6, in which the pawn is a huge hassle for black. Of course, you can see the pawn is very close to the queening square. But even though it's already in the 6th rank, that's it. It's not going to pass the 6th rank. The blockade on d7 is very, very strong. Now, normally you want to see white playing for an advantage, but now that the pawn is on d6, yes, it's a little uncomfortable to play for black in certain variations, but what is white's idea after this? I'm not entirely sure. Black, on the other hand, is going to try to expand on the king side. He has more pawns on that side of the position, and his bishop can land on b5, for example, cause a little bit of harassment against this king. And again, it's the fact that this pawn is not going to go anywhere that I wonder if this is actually really an advantage for white.
Maybe I can maneuver my knight to like c5.
But even if you get it to c5, I'm not sure what you're going to do next.
Yeah, because by that point your bishop's going to be out on b5, right?
And even if it wasn't, I mean, if you take my bishop, I'll just take it with the rook. Eventually, right. I'm going to put my king on d7. And that is a stuck pawn, completely stuck. Now, I'm not saying that white's worse or anything like that. The position should be about equal. But considering the amount of time that he spent, it almost seems like a preparation the way that Esipenko did yesterday, with no real ambition against Jeffrey, just wanting to get an endgame that was drawish.
You mean considering by how little time white has thought? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, of course. He has thought negative 6 minutes and a half, so clearly he is still working on pure preparation.
But that's also a good thing if the endgame does kind of heat up a little bit. Just having that half-hour edge in the clock is huge. And Maurice, an update in BB's game.
And just for the start, at least, because looking at all the boards, one thing you have to say is most of the positions are contentious. These are rich, interesting games on just about every single board. Maybe the one you looked at right there, Alejandro, with Jeffrey is not as rich, but still certainly a lot of fight left in the position. But the other games, fantastic looking. Ruy Lopez's, Sicilians on the board. Of course, Rufang Lee doing his thing with b3. But let's just start here. After this move, b3, in this game with Martha and BB, castles was played, and f4. Let's get the party started. Now, normally, white likes to have the king on c1 in this line. White plays queen e2 without this move, b3, and castles queen side. The king is on this side of the board, a different sort of attack when that is the case. And after this exchange, knight takes, queen takes, you see this phalanx of pawns coming down the board, and she's going to try to use this to effect. Now, it's not as easy because her king is sitting on the square. Black has absolutely no weaknesses to worry about with these pawns here, so you might feel danger, but it takes a long time to actually land a blow on these pawns, and especially with your king sitting on g1. So something about this plan strikes me as a little bit dubious, that black will be able to generate some counterplay. White's got to be a little careful. All the space is nice, but there's a dark side to the space that you're opening up your king in a position like this one. And in the other young ladies game, this one between Salimova and Carissa Yip, this one, we came out of a Queen's Gambit decline and this variation with this move e4 after an exchange. The move e4 is the plan in the position for white. More than anything, white wants to somehow execute and effectuate this move, but it's not easy. Black knows. Guard this square with your life, because if it ever have this expansion, and also this dark squared bishop becomes a factor. Actually, this came out of a funny way of getting to the position was this line with bishop to b4. So this came in early Nimzo Indian style before this exchange. So really it was more like a Nimzo, same-ish variation. So this line is very rich. This position is very rich, very hard to get things going with the move e4 for white. If it ever happens, black is in deep trouble because e4, e5 is coming down the board. So we'll see if that transpires, as there's some rich positions. If we look in a lot of places, some rich things to look at.
No, I have to agree. The games are actually quite interesting.
And there's the scar I was mentioning earlier. It's really a great trademark. Amazing game face here too. Probably just beautiful photography of these guys we have here. Kevin Duggan from Spectrum Studios, and of course Leonard Oates. It's just always get the greatest photos of these players from the St. Louis Chess Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
All right, we got a lot of rich games. Where are we going, Jen?
Let's take a look at what ended up happening in the Liang Abdusattorov game that could have gone for a draw by Perpetual, and they kept playing on.
They've played 2 moves.
Just 2 moves since the A3 that we left off on.
Yeah, knight d7, knight bd2, and he takes d4. I mean, just mainline theory, nothing really.
All right, so that one's still basically just out of the opening, but I find it very intriguing considering that they could have had to draw like an hour ago.
A3 is not. A3 is an unusual move.
It's not mainline, but
it's not mainline. It's like
it is played, right?
Seventh choice or 8th choice down this move. It's not because it doesn't have that strategic a point. The bishop can go back to A2, yes, but the bishop often goes to C2. So A3 stops the knight from ever showing up on the B4 square.
Also.
Which is a minor point. And Jeffrey's maneuver of knight d7 is also not the most topical idea that you can play. So
you mean A-wonders?
A-wonders, I'm sorry. A-wonders move here. So interesting to see this position. Now it's very rich, and they're in basically newish territory.
Okay, that's always good to see. I'm assuming that here the Uzbek player is going to take with a d4 pawn. I'm not really sure why he's thinking. Taking with a knight seems to just destroy your pawn structure, disconnects everything that you've tried to do in the position. C takes d4 must be forced. After c takes d4, the normal plan here for black is to put a bishop on f6. It targets the pawn on d4, kind of forces you to play knight f1, and now to try to play the move knight a5 and c5. And this, if he can execute this properly, and I'm not missing anything, after knight a5, I am kind of forcing you to play bishop c2, which would be really nice for a wonder, because I was just explaining how I wanted to put the bishop on a2, but because of the specific move order, after bishop a2, you're just dropping the pawn on e4 without any compensation. And that means that against bishop f6, I don't really want to put my knight on f1, but I don't see any choice. And he has done that, exactly what I just said. He put the bishop on f6. I assume that after knight f1, knight a5, bishop c2, the move c5 is a very, very topical way of playing this position. You're challenging the center again. You're threatening to take on d4 and knight c5 in certain variations. You're going to follow it up. If white closes the center, then you are going to be very happy about the move a3. Normally this pawn is on a2, because you are now thinking about c4, knight c5, knight b3, things that I don't usually have access to because usually the pawn is on a2. So something has gone a little bit wrong, I feel, because after c takes d4, bishop f6, if I have to play knight f1, knight a5, and bishop c2, I really like black's position. So I'm trying not to play knight f1, but how else do I defend the pawn on d4?
You see that you can't just toss moves in there in chess. The center matters, especially when you have space. It matters, and to just throw a move in like an a3 move without really knowing what's coming next, your center comes under challenge instantly. It's the dark side of space. We talk about that. The dark side of owning space is that it will be under assault, heavily so, by your opponent, because they can't just sit there and let you stifle them. And that line you just showed is very typical. To move the knight, play c5. It's just normal bread and butter in the real Lopez.
I agree. So perhaps the move a3 not as topical as I thought, and there he goes with knight f1, and I'm fully oops, this is the wrong game. I'm fully expecting that after knight f1, the move knight a5 will appear. He played it instantly. Guy's not even thinking about it. No, but he knows his concepts pretty well. Knight a2, knight a5, and here the Uzbek player knows he cannot give up the bishop on b3, and you cannot give up the pawn for free. Bishop c2. And I fully expect again that I wonder would play a very quick c5. That's the entire point of his setup.
And let's talk a little bit about the stars of this tournament. We've had a phone call earlier where people asked us to pick the world star, like who is going to become the big world star from this event. But let's talk about MVP from this tournament.
Well, that seems pretty easy.
Well, yeah, but let's take a more like global perspective of it, not necessarily just picking the person with like the most number of points. Like for instance, I'm going to pick Esipenko. Andre. He's got 4 out of 6. But remember that
You just picked the person with the most
he
points.
started off.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
You just picked the person with the most points.
No,
The
BB.
best percentage of everybody.
No, BB's 4-0. Well, 3-0.
BB's
17.
3-0. She's
BB's
only played 3
3-0.
games.
Sorry, excuse me, she's not 4-0. We shouldn't jinx Martha, young Martha, but she is 3-0, so perfect
You might be
score
jinxing
there.
BB, excuse me, by saying that. You're not jinxing Martha in any way.
But yeah, no, I really like the way that Esipenko, he lost the first game against Sevian. That was a real brutal loss, and then he came back to become one of the stars of the world team.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly why he's got the best score and he's the MVP all around. He showed what he could do on that squad.
Well, Alexi's got 3.5 out of 5, so.
His percentage is still not as good, I don't think, as I mean, Alexei also played very well, of course, but it's clear that this young man has been beastie. And the way he won today was also interesting because he could have won a piece at some point, like just a cold piece or a cold exchange. And he decided he wasn't calculating too much. He just said, you know what, my end game is so superior, the position I mean, not just his play, that I'm just going to go simple, trade everything down, and step on your face. And that's exactly what he did. He just traded everything down and squashed. It was, who did he beat? Checa. Just with ease. It was just like it was nothing. Just keep making moves. You're going to die. Just hurry up. This is over. It made him work even longer than it needed to be, but still, he got the job done. And we were surprised he hadn't worked harder in the middle game to win the game. But the end game was just so obviously crushed.
All right. For me, it's easy. I'm just going to go by percentages. Who has 100% of the tournament? Baby Sarah.
BB's done.
She has 100% in the tournament. That's pretty good. So I'm going to go with Assaubayeva. I think I've been very impressed with her game. I like that her opening theory has actually been a little on the dubious side for me.
Absolutely. She hasn't had great positions in a couple of games.
And instead of relying on that, she just outplays her opponents. I love that interview she had here with Tatev translating when she just played Martha Samarasvili, and she's went into this crazy sharp opening, and she said, yeah, my opponent outprepared me, and so what? She made a mistake, and then I outplayed her.
And then Abdusattorov also has almost perfect, 2.5 out of 3. So a lot of big scores here, of course. If you're going to get to a plus 11, you're going to need a lot of big scores to get there.
Yeah, Abdusattorov is a player that is just going to improve rapidly. I mean, he's so young, and his rating is massive. Both Praggnanandhaa and Abdusattorov, he's such a name. That name is something I'm going to have to learn.
His mom said Praggu.
Praggu I get, but the other one we need a nickname for. No,
Oh, Abdusattorov?
Yeah, we need a nickname for him fast because we're going to be having him in the St. Louis Chess Club within a couple of years on top tournaments.
Yeah, we should ask.
Either the nickname or we're going to have to be sitting down repeating it 100 times to make sure we can say it 3 times quickly.
Hey, I finally learned how to say Nepomniachtchi, and I'm very proud of myself.
Pretty good.
There you go. I can spell it and I can say it, and it took me a while, but there you go.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he has a nickname that his friends call him, right? I feel like everybody has a nickname that's 2 syllables. You have to, like, that's why, you know, if you have, like, a 1-syllable name, people add an E to it, right? Like,
the stuff that comes
Jack.
out of her mouth. Like, how do you know these things? It's incredible.
I didn't know this was common knowledge.
Two of us are sitting here like, wow.
I actually I was trying to process that. I was thinking, what names do I have that are
Like,
unsyllable?
John becomes Johnny, and then if you
Okay.
have, like, a long name, it has to become shorter.
Good point.
Rob is
Good
Robbie.
point. Very
Rob
good
is
observation.
Robbie, and then, like, Jennifer is Jenny, something like that, right?
Look at that.
I am convinced. I am absolutely
There's
convinced.
usually a method to her madness. There's usually some sense in there, and that one definitely makes a lot of sense.
I have learned many things in today's broadcast. This is one of them.
All right, well, I'll try to keep them coming.
Okay, so what are we calling him?
So what did we say? MVPs?
MVPs,
Maurice and I basically agreed about Esipenko. Oh, no, and Alejandro said, and you said BB.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
BB's definitely. But, you know, the thing is, here's the deal.
What, it was too easy?
No, actually, no, but let's be clear. BB was supposed to dominate.
Yes, and she did.
She was supposed to dominate. She was supposed to crush. She's the highest rated in that section. No problem. We knew that that section was supposed to be crushing for the ladies. They outrate their opponents massively. They should dominate. So the fact that she did just shows that she did her thing. That's why I don't give her all the kudos. Esipenko is not the #1 rated player in the tournament. He's not #2. He's not #3. What number is he, in fact? Esipenko might be 5 or 6 on that side, right? I mean, in terms of rating.
Yeah, that sounds
I mean,
like
in the
5.
under 17?
In the under 17.
Well, the 3 Americans are the 3 top rated.
And then there's Martirosyan.
No, the three-
Martirosyan is not higher than.
He is.
No, Martirosyan is not higher than the Rufang Lee.
Oh, no. Martirosyan is higher than Esipenko. So Esipenko is number
so
5.
The 3
then
Americans
Esipenko
are
is
the 3
number
highest
5.
rated.
Okay, so he's number 5 in that section.
Yeah.
This kid is number 5 and crushed the section.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is the statement right there. That's why he has to be the MVP.
After losing a pretty bad game.
And not playing as
Sevian.
many games. And not playing as many games as Jeffrey did in the tournament.
And I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. He's the youngest player in that section.
Yeah, we'll check on that. But,
He's the only 15-year-old player in the section.
and as we see the ratings coming in, and the only non-IM, which we're sure is gonna change quite soon.
That's a joke.
All these guys are getting the Grandmaster stripes pretty quickly.
That's just ridiculous.
And here are the ratings of the players coming into the tournament. As we can see, all these young men. I can't imagine that they're all gaining rating points. All of them.
Of course, yes.
All 5, because they all 5 have plus scores.
And likewise, all the Americans are losing rating points.
That's right. And here, let's take a look at the Americans. The only American player in the under-17 section with a plus score, in fact, the only American with a plus score is Sam Sevian.
And he's still losing rating.
And he's still losing rating points, but of course, we don't have to go around to say the MVP for the U.S. team because Sam's the only one on positive.
Well, that's something. Well, hopefully that changes today. At least Jeffrey can finish on positive. That'll be something. We do have a couple people on 50%, or is it just Jeffrey? Yeah, I think it's just Jeffrey. Yeah, I think actually that's correct.
Yeah, that's right. And Wander has a chance to get to 50% today if he manages to win this game.
Now I'm gonna say something a little bit even scarier, guys, and that is I'm worried about the rematch because I was thinking about it, and our top stars, they're very young. I think Sevian is 16. He'll be turning 17, I think, this year. Jeffrey, I think, is turning 17 this year. They're not going to be under 17 next year.
Oh.
Esipenko is 15. In the under 14 section, this is Wander's last year as an under 14.
No, hold on. The under 14 may be a problem. As far as the millennials, they're going to stay millennials.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, they're going to stay millennials, so we keep going on.
It depends if you count.
If we keep saying millennials, they're going to always remain players who were born after the year 2000.
Oh, then this is going to be still very interesting.
So we'll have that. We won't boot them out of the under.
Then when is the rematch? Because we need it right now.
But who knows what the rematch will consist of? The composition of the teams is likely to change both for the world and for the U.S. The format might change a little bit, so we don't really know exactly what will be in store.
The format has to change.
Definitely.
Definitely. This kind of format doesn't make any sense. It's 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock games, 2 games a day. I think we're going to, maybe 2 games, but maybe faster. I don't know. But this format, I feel, definitely needs some work.
And I think a change that you would really like is I actually want to see the girls play against in the open section. I'm not really sure why they're separated.
I agree. I love that, and I think there could be more. There could be more girls. There could be one of the older age as well.
Yeah, of course.
There's a lot of.
Of course, absolutely.
And I agree. It seems like it's a little bit too much chats for the under 17s, and then in a way almost too little and too late in the day for the youngsters.
Right.
I would have loved to see more of the youngsters play, and as you said, older girls, big stars who would bring it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of under 17 girls in the world that I can think, okay, they're not going to be the exact same rating that these top juniors are in the world, but they're going to definitely hold their own.
That's right. Fantastic ideas here, but the match of the millennials, it's just a fantastic concept. So to continue to improve upon it, I can't wait.
Yeah. Let's keep looking at some chess. I want to see the Rufang Lee game because I finally like one of his positions out of the opening.
All right.
And it is specifically against the star of the under 17 section that you guys were mentioning, Andrei Esipenko. I think Esipenko has finally been found his weakness because I really hate the way that he's played the opening. We're looking at this game between Rufang and Esipenko, where after here, Rufang repeats the move knight f3 and repeats because he played this against Nicholas Checa in the U.S. Junior Championship only a few weeks ago here in St. Louis. And we were considering that e4 must be the key way of playing against such a setup. I think Checa played d6 and got crushed. And e4 seemed to us like the more thematic approach. Rufang was asked here in the interview by Christian Kirilla what he thought of the opening, and he said, well, I've analyzed it, and I think it's good for white. And even though this is a very random opening to analyze, it seems that it's worked out, at least in this game, because only after a few moves, it seems to me that the central tension caused exactly in this position is pretty favorable for white. I'm not entirely sure how you're going to positively resolve the problems with the pawn on e4. I'm very scared that this bishop's, though a little bit exposed, you can see that c5 might at some point be a little bit of a problem for white. Even though they're a little bit exposed, they cause significant pressure on the king side. I think that at this point, Esipenko has real problems to solve. Immediately, a move like pawn takes f3, and you already have to calculate as black. Even the move bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and this really nasty pin down the f-file with queen takes f3, I have to figure out if I have a way out of it. Otherwise, I'm just losing a pawn.
I agree with you that Rufang Lee's position finally looks like something that we want on the board and we want on the clock. So not a good tournament for Rufang, who I always felt like doesn't get quite as much attention as he should here in the United States, because despite his many achievements, a bit under the shadow of Awander, Sam, and Jeffrey. So I was really hoping that he would like come out blazing in this tournament. And it'd be nice to see him.
You know, it's tough when you are a 25-68 grandmaster of the age of 15, and in the category under 16 boys, you're not even the top-rated player in a 20-mile radius, because he lives next to Jeffrey Xiong. I mean, yeah, of course, Rufang Lee is an amazing player, very, very creative, very tenacious, a quiet boy. He doesn't say much during interviews, but he always has a very positive demeanor about chess. He loves playing. I've known him for a very long time. And he wants to make that breakthrough that says, yes, I am up there with Sevian, with Jeffrey, and I can also make my mark. And he's in a tough spot right now. He is at 25-68. He's about 70 points off the other two players, and he really wants to say, hey, I'm just as good as them. Let me fight them out. And I remember that he's had amazing games against very top-rated players. He was playing against Fabiano Caruana in your tournament, Maurice, the Millionaire Chess Open, only a couple of years ago, back when Rufang wasn't as heard of. And he played the Evans Gambit against Fabiano Caruana and had that 2,800 player under his boot. It was Fabiano Caruana that escaped with a lucky draw in that game.
Yes, I remember seeing him at the event and didn't know much about him, as I've come to learn subsequently. Definitely, it's tough to be that high rated. Can you imagine someone saying you're 25-68, you're 15 years old, and well, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, but nowadays, if you're not dusting off near 2,700, then it's just too many players ahead of you. And you have to show something to be in the top 100 players in the world as a youngster. I mean, if you start comparing him to somebody like Wei Yi, for example, I mean, who can compare to a Wei Yi who's number 14 in the world now as we speak at 18 years old, and is barely outside of the millennial generation. It just doesn't compare. He doesn't stack up. So unless you really show something at a very high level, 2650, 2680, break that 2700 barrier, unfortunately, you're not going to get any attention. I mean, even when you're 2700 as an adult, you could starve. You're not one of the top 10, top 20 players. Okay, starve maybe a little bit much, but you really have to be showing some elite chess in order to get attention in the chess world. Otherwise, everybody shrugs their shoulders.
Well, on the other hand, it's wonderful that that can actually motivate you. The fact that people your age who live close to you are even higher rated than you, that can really put some fire under your belt. And I think we see that in U.S. chess, and that's why we have so much depth at the youth level here in the United States, even though it's obviously a bit ironic to talk about how great we are in this particular competition since we're getting mauled. But overall, we have fantastic young players these days.
Of course, we have a great future, even though this tournament has been a complete disaster. But the future is bright, and we have to really understand that a lot of different countries are putting a lot of resources into their youth. The Russian chess machine has never really stopped, and you can see it here in some of their players. Armenia has always been a country that heavily supports their chess players. It's one of the few countries I think it's the only country, in which the president of the Chess Federation is also the president of the country. So obviously they're getting a lot of support there. China has basically a machine that just spits out grandmasters at the age of 15 at this point, and they're dominating women's chess, have been dominating women's chess for a very long time. So you can say that we have a bright future, but also a lot of competition.
And with that, let's take a quick break as the games in the Pride round of the Millennials heat up.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Hello and welcome back to the Match of the Millennials, where the U.S. has lost a match to the world, but we've got plenty of fascinating chess struggles going on as the U.S. attempts to pick up some ground, pick up some rating points, pick up some pride. Every game in this competition is still very important to them.
Definitely, I mean, especially the pride and rating part, because Jeffrey Xiong, for example, down 12 or 13 points in rating in this competition. That's a heavy blow for somebody that's trying to make the Olympic team. He wants to accumulate that rating, get back to 2670, and he's definitely going the opposite direction.
That's right. Let's take a look at Salimova versus Yip.
Yes, and an interesting, critical moment in this game. We talked a few moves ago about the plan that White had for e4. This is what this whole position is about, and the youngster Salimova has put it together, gotten her knight to the g3 square, put the rook behind on e1, and is now ready to play e4. And once e4 happens, you're going to die. You got to be careful. e4, e5 is the main plan for White, and just getting that mass of pawns going down the board. So what's the recipe? Now, commonly, there's sometimes you can play h5 and play for h4. Sometimes you can double on the e line to slow this down, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen quickly enough for Black. The e4 looks unstoppable at the moment, as 4 things are protecting the square right now. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4 things defending the square right now. All right, what to do? Here's one move that's interesting. b4. Now, that's just a pawn donation. You look at it, you say, what are you doing? Well, after this capture, knight to b5, and now you can't play e4 because d4 is always under attack because that pawn has been removed from that square. So b4 as a break, but it was a pawn gift in order to get it to happen. But e4 is so serious, so severe, that if you let it happen, you might just completely lose. Is this enough? The engines actually gave this move b4 and saying now White is not better. Triple zeros. What an incredible evaluation in my mind that you should say something like this after gifting this pawn in this position and slowing down the e4 idea. But still, a pawn is a pawn, and I can hear Yasser saying, come on now, that's a yummy pawn. But once you restrain White and say White can't really find a good plan in the position, then it may not matter at all that you're a pawn down. That's a very contentious game. Take a look at this game where White was super ambitious in this position. That is the game between Martha and Bibi. This one, e5 on the board. Look at the king. Look at the White king exposed. Now playing e5, hitting the rook. That's easy enough to resolve in a position like this one. But also you have to be careful because a move like rook to b8 is definitely going to be met by some kind of capture on this square, followed by a rook showing up on the line. White has space and this bishop. Is it, and also the idea of knight d4, knight to c6. Lots of ideas, but definitely had to expose the king in order to pull it off. So this game has gotten super sharp with the move e5 on the board as we speak. I should also point out that after e5, rook b8, there is the idea of bishop to a7 trying to win an exchange. And you notice that you do win the exchange, but under what cost? Because rook b7 is playable here. If you take this piece, bishop takes, look at all the light squares you gave up because you moved your pawn. It's not like the diagonal is blunted. Knight f3 check is in the position, and Black is feeling very comfortable here. So complex Sicilians where material doesn't matter. I love those kind of positions. Being a non-materialist myself, even anti-materialist, in fact, proudly so. These kind of dynamic positions are what dynamic chess is all about. And we'll see whether or not these young players can handle and assess those kind of niceties, because sometimes they get a little bit greedy and let bad things happen to their positions.
Well, I do have some good news for U.S. team, as I really am enjoying the position of Rufang Lee. We were already talking about a slight advantage a couple of moves ago, but it's increasing. And I really like the power that he's bringing to the position, especially on the clock and on the position. F3 castles, castle, bishop g6, and then he took on e4. Massive exchange on e4, and then queen g4. And you can see already all the threats coming here onto the position on the king side. Bishop g6 is absolutely forced, otherwise you lose the game because of the double attack on g7 and the bishop. And bam! Rook f5. And the idea of rook f5, besides just doubling the rooks, is this idea of h4, h5. He's also avoiding the move h5 from your opponent. And you're kind of suffocating him. what is Black's next move? That is not such an easy thing to find.
And talk about anti-materialist move.
Oh,
that
yeah.
move, rook f5, like, so what? Of course, you can't capture the rook because it's made on g7. Also, h5 wasn't really a threat yet, right, Alejandro? Because queen g6 was playable.
Oh, that's
the
right.
pawn on
Yeah,
f7
yeah.
is pinned. But even so, this kind of move reflects a mindset. It's okay. You can't do anything. Sure, my rook is not hanging, and I want you to feel it. I want you to feel how much I'm dominating your position right now that you dare not touch my rook, and it's so good that my rook can just sit in your face and just smile. Now, is it the best move in the board? Maybe not. Maybe not. Rook f3 was seemingly a very logical move. It does prevent any offer of a queen trade, though, as well. Queen c8 is not a true pin. After he doubles rooks, he's not worried about the capture again on f5. So a nice attitude move. I mean, if nothing else. Let's hope it's accurate as well. The engines actually feel like it is very sound as a move. They might have played bishop c3, more tepid kind of move. Rook f5 also controls that whole rank, that entire rank. There's no c5 coming anytime soon without preparation, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But that's a boss move. That's, again, anti-materialist. That's the kind of thinking that allows for moves like this to come on the board, where you just stick valuable pieces in the faces of inferior pieces and dares the guy to figure out exactly what to do about it.
Well, yeah, what are you gonna do about this rook f1 idea?
I was gonna ask both of you. I was gonna ask both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a lowly human and I can't figure it out. So I was gonna ask you either one. What is Black doing against the threat here of rook a f1 and rook takes f7? That's two moves that I need to just win the game because of the pin again of the bishop. And I was kind of wondering, what is exactly the plan?
I mean, I don't see that is just such a powerful idea, because the problem is if we try to play queen c8 or queen d7 to protect against it, many times you can just play rook takes f7 anyway, because there's going to be some nice little
just to give an example.
Now rook takes f7, queen g4, and we're going to be mating.
It's just mate. So, yeah. So how do you defend this?
Also, queen d7 right now
doesn't help, right?
Queen d7, you can do the
immediately
rook f7
runs
immediately.
into rook f7.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yep. You just
When
pick up everything.
Queen takes queen.
It gets
in this
mated.
position allows rook g7 and rook to g8 mate. So how do you organize a defense of this f pawn?
I mean, we have this thermometer on the left. It's not giving a full wide advantage all the way to the top, but
exactly.
Because
I don't
king
really
h8,
get it.
King h8 right now.
Maybe
immediately.
maybe b5.
No way, king h8.
No, king
I'm
h8.
just saying, king h8
bishop
also
f7.
immediately runs into a capture on f7.
Yeah, something on f7. Exactly.
Anything on f7, right?
What about b5 with the idea? Oh,
b5, I can at least take the pawn.
That's a freebie. B5 might
maybe c5. No, c5 followed by. I'm trying to dislodge these bishops somehow, like desperately. But the problem is that bishop d5 is still. I don't have bishop h2 because you're still holding on to the bishop with the rook on f5. So it's like.
Yeah, c5 just bishop
c3, yeah.
And you've done nothing.
Nothing has
to change
changed.
position. A6 you double
And b5 you can always just play bishop d5.
A6 too slow, and even if you get it in b5 bishop d5, I don't see how that helped you.
Well, that did give you the 7th for your rook. That last move.
Which one?
Rook c8 followed by rook c7. No. Or is it the same tactic?
Pretty much, right? I mean, I can always take on your bishop. Guess I can't. But what can I do here then? This feels off somehow. Can I just play h4?
H4 was the...
Can I just play h4,
H4
h5?
seems very simple.
H4, h5,
Yeah,
and
right.
it's just winning.
Or sometimes rook g5 is also just like with the blunt threat of rook takes g6.
I don't get it.
So what that means?
Yeah.
What that means is that h4 on the previous move,
Yes.
concretely h4, since h5 is not a move, h4 was threatening the crushing h5.
It was. I guess this is not so easy though, because if I play queen c8,
This is my point.
Yeah.
This is why his rook went to f5. It wasn't
prevent-
just to double.
Right.
But he saw h4. h5 is looking winning, like the game's about to end. You can't stop it because if you go back just 1 second so the fans can see it, you can't stop this move h4.
sorry.
You can't stop h5 with h5 yourself. because queen takes on g6 and you're getting mated, in fact, because g7's hanging and you're pinned, and that's, well, you can actually sack your bishop and sack your queen if you want to stop mate with bishop h2 check, but that's stupid. So h5 is unplayable. So h4 was probably his first thought. I'm going to play h4 and h5, and what does he do? He resigns. Except here comes queen c8. And now queen c8 dislodges your queen. You might be able to play queen g5 to try to maintain the position, but then he moves the queen back and saying, okay, now he can stop all this. How do I deal with the idea of queen c8? And this is probably when rook f5 occurred to him, and he realized I can play rook f5. And now he has, not only is rook f5 allowing h4, h5, he also can double.
Yeah,
Tremendous.
I gotta
Tremendous conception.
I gotta go back to my question because it's still unanswered. So what does black do? Why is black not completely lost?
Yeah, exactly.
Black might have to play b5 right now.
Give up a free pawn?
Okay, do you want to get mated? I mean,
No, I
what
mean,
else?
I agree.
Wait, but
I
why
agree.
not just bishop? Why not bishop d5?
Because I can play
c6
c6 on
because
the
c6
next.
distracts the bishop.
Oh, so same thing.
It's still
Yeah, you might as well take the pawn with the rook rather than let your bishop be distracted. But it's a free pawn. I'll take it. I'll keep the initiative and the pawn.
Pawn is a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can always sometimes bring that rook back to g5, like I said, and then you're threatening the blunt rook g6, which is kind of ugly as well.
Yeah, no, this is horrible for Esipenko.
Yeah, so it looks like we jinxed Esipenko by extolling his virtues and naming him the MVP.
Or, you know, Rufang Lee finally decided to play good chess.
A real good game, indeed.
Well, now looking at it with an engine, check out this line.
Okay.
A little bit of crazy. First of all, c5 can be played. c5 chasing the bishop away, which naturally you'll drop your bishop back to c3. Bishop takes pawn, should be pointed out, after c5 is not a good idea here because no longer is there a mate on g7 because your bishop moved away. So now we can simply take your rook and you go down. Material queen takes, of course, but you just drop material for no reason. So bishop to c3, maintaining the threat along the Liang diagonal. And now, remember, you want to play rook takes on b5. So now he wants to play b5.
But
does
I thought
the engine.
bishop d5,
Now-
you don't have c6.
So bishop takes b5 in this position. Now suddenly bishop h2 appears out
What?
of nowhere as a move. Yes, because after takes, there's suddenly queen b8 check, connecting the king and the bishop.
That's cute.
Tricky, I was going to say something else. Tricky buggers, these computers. All right, so bishop takes b5 is the best move, it turns out, according to the engine, because after this move, bishop to d5, queen c7 hitting h2.
What?
Hitting h2, yeah.
Why do
kind
I
of a
care?
completely crazy line, allowing you to take the rook.
But what about rook f1? Why would
Okay, if
we?
you double now,
Why would we want to take the rook?
Because you have g3 for your queen.
because you have g3,
Oh,
insane
And
idea.
we don't have rook f7s in these
Yeah, the
lines 'cause
ideas are
there's
shut down. Incredible
queen
defense
e7 mate.
by the engine. I'm going to tell you, that's inhuman and just about impossible to see.
God, I hate
no way
computers.
in the world. That's insane defense.
But
No,
it
but
is-
he has to find it or he just dies.
But that's beautiful. I mean, that is instructive because a lot of times it's bringing the queen into the defense, which saves you, and that's the way to bring the queen into the defense.
But, by the way, it's not over because white is still better after queen e4, according to the engine. Still, this position is still dangerous. Pieces are hanging.
Sorry, did you say queen e4?
E4. Queen e4 in this position. The point, bishop takes on this square, and the engine's giving rook takes and saying the position is collapsing rapidly for black. This assessment is, just impossible. Let's just say,
Okay.
no way.
No way. B5.
No way. You
B5
find
was
any of
played.
this to get to this position is crazy, and that's just way out of bounds, way too crazy to analyze. Fascinating to analyze, in fact, but insane. Instead, he did play instantly b5 because the threats were just too much. This move, rook f5, I give a double exclamation mark.
Love it.
Just
beautiful
a
stuff.
gorgeous move. My favorite move from the tournament before was the move knight h7 by Anton Smirnov in his demolition of Rufang Lee, in fact. But now this move, rook f5, that's just scintillating. I might have to vote for this one as a boss move.
That is really nice. Just in-your-face move for rook f5.
Yes, indeed. And
I love
covering
it.
everything. And the way he probably came up with the idea. Look, it's not surprising given the two bishops, the way they're sitting on those majestic diagonals, but still,
It's cool.
that's a nice move. Rook f5.
And we do have a phone call from Seattle. Let us know your question and your name.
Hello guys, my name is Raman. I'm calling from Seattle, and thank you for your analysis. And I'm learning a lot from your analysis. Like how do you guys approach the position is really that's really something I'm very much learning from you guys. Thank you for your analysis. And I have a couple of questions. And first is how do you recover from a tournament like this? I mean, after a disaster tournament like this, how do you recover? For example, if I go to a tournament, I had a bad tournament, how should I recover from the tournament? What should I do after that? Should I stop playing chess for a while, and then should I continue, or shouldn't I stop and then continue playing chess?
Great question.
Great question. Well, my answer to that is there's very different approaches that are going to be taken by you and by the players in this tournament. Players in this tournament are professionals. They don't get a choice. They're going to be. They have already contracts with other tournaments. They're going to be playing other events. They already have lined up tickets and sponsorship deals. So they don't have the choice to stop playing chess. From here on, I'm pretty sure that Rufang and Sevian and Jeffrey Xiong and everybody else is going to be playing some other different event around the world. As an amateur that has a bad event, I always feel it's a great moment to stop, sit down and think about what happened, fix the weaknesses, fix what went most wrong. And even on my level, sometimes I feel that there are grandmasters who have bought tickets and committed to a tournament or two, and they have this disaster. And they say, nope, I'm going to pull the plug. I can't play anymore. I have to figure out what's going on with my chess before I move on to the next event.
And there are some tournaments, of course, that are optional. And I think that's great advice, Alejandro. Yes, if you can take a break and, there's all sorts of different opinions on how much study you should do compared to how much play you should do. But certainly after a horrible event, that's a good time to restore the ratio in favor of study and practice, and then come back to playing a little bit later in the year. We've got an update on Carissa's game.
Yes, and this game is going crazy right now, about to completely go nuts depending on how Salimova handles the position. You see this move, we've been talking about e4 as a thematic break here. That is what white wants. There's nothing else actually in the position for white other than this e4 break. Everything else is just maneuvers. You got to get the best break in the position. It's all about e4. Carissa realized that after much thought, she didn't play the interesting b4. She played the knight e6. Now this one allows e4. It doesn't stop it. Now the move is on the board. And now she played this one, queen a7. An interesting move, masking an attack on this long diagonal. Now, when white plays e4, it's to play e5. So first thought is, what happens? e5 looks tremendous. Knight d7. Now, once you get this structure, next stop is usually f4. I mean, rolling down the board, send them ponies marching down the field. Look at this, f4, f5 is coming. You might sack, but we're just going to put a bishop in e3. But there's where we start to get the interesting points about this defense that she's constructed, because these pawns are actually a mass of pawns that could potentially become passed. So b4 now, trying to kick the legs out from under this d pawn to get the counterplay. But you might say, you're a little bit slow right now. I'm going to take both of these knights if you try to take along this line. But is that, or even take on f7, looks like you've just made it in time. Except, hold on, knight takes d4 in the position, pawn takes, and then knight takes e5, and two pawns already off the board. Also the threat of queen takes d4 with check. Also an idea like knight d3. Also the connected pawns. And suddenly black has turned the tables a bit, created some kind of chaos and counterplay. Remember, they have to sit and analyze this stuff. We're putting it into engines, or we're looking at it by making moves ourselves and just talking about it. That's easy to do. They have to sit down and assess these types of positions and figure out exactly what to try when any massive explosion could suddenly occur on the board. So it shows you just how complex our game is. Forgive yourselves when you make mistakes. The caller just said, what happens when you have a bad tournament? First of all, forgive yourself. That's the first thing. Have a bit of compassion for yourself. This game is hard. This game we play is extremely complex. And so just first of all say, look, I made some mistakes. That's quite all right. Let me take a look at my games. you will be recovering from a lot of tournaments, and not just now, but into the future. Even if you became a top grandmaster, we saw some players, just as we were in Paris and Leuven, have some disastrous tournaments, things they just want to forget immediately, including the highest of the high levels, guys like Anand, for example, who just at one point said, I can't play chess like this. It's just unacceptable. So don't worry about it. We're all on the path, and they're bumpy roads. Forgive yourself, go over your games, give a little bit of adequate time to rest, and get back on the horse.
Solid advice.
That's right. I mean, a lot of times what marks a champion is how they react to failure, how they retain their confidence despite, a lot of times there's people who don't want you to succeed, so-called haters. So if you're able to retain your confidence with the haters and with the failures, then that means you can continue to grow.
All right. Well, okay, so let's move on. I actually wanted to see this game between Aryan Chopra and Sam Sevian because we've had a lot of interesting games so far, and I really like a lot of the USA positions today. This one, not so much. Sam started guns blazing, 2 out of 2 in the tournament, and since then, it's like the fire's gone out. This one hasn't really progressed the way that we wanted it to. We left off in a typical Spanish position here after the move Bishop D7, Knight F1. This idea of C4, it strikes me as a little strange. Normally, Black does get away with the move C4. Actually, I was mentioning it after the move D5. But before you play the move D5, C4 seems a little irregular. The first thing that I'm surprised about is that White actually closed down the center. If White simply played the move Knight E3, I wasn't really sure what the move C4 accomplishes. Normally, you get this C5 square for the knight, and this kind of forces White to go B4, which allows Knight B7, A5. But without that on the board, I wasn't sure what the continuation here would have been with the pawn push. All right, B4 was chosen, and after pawn takes D4, this was actually a little bit uncomfortable for Sam. I think he was relying on the fact that after pawn takes A5, I can regain my piece by playing D3. I win the pair of bishops, I'll eventually gain this pawn back, and this looks really nice for Black.
Now back up, because that was a real sacrifice, wasn't it?
Pawn takes, and yeah, D3, and you have to play bishop B1. But then you, as I said, yeah, you take the pawn back, and you have 2 pawns. This is hanging, and this is not really a bishop. This is...
Exactly.
You'd rather it be a pawn so you can move forward. So instead of that, Chopra very smartly took with the knight on D4. You don't take with the pawn here, because you already have weakened B4, and after knight C6, this looks awkward for White. But if you take with the knight, putting the knight on B7 looks horrible, so you might as well put it on C6. But after the very obvious move, bishop F4, it already feels like there's a little bit of pressure here on the pawn on D6. I'm going to follow it up with rook FD1. What you would really like to do is move this knight to D7, play bishop F6 and knight E5. And if you accomplish all of these moves, Black's even better. I would say even slightly better. But you don't have the time to do this. After bishop E6, which he played, both the move A4, which I really like to get that advantage on the queen side, or rook FD1 immediately, they don't really allow you to play this move knight D7. For example, after knight D7 here, knight E3, you have to play the move knight E5. You would like to just play bishop F6. But you're always, always, always running into the problems of this pawn on D6 here after queen D2 again. You somehow want to just play the position, not have to stick something on E5 that either exchanges the bishops or kills the bishop on F6, the way that a knight on E5 would do it. You just want to retain this position, but you can't. The pawn on D6 is always hanging, and that's a problem.
By the way, guys, take a look at this position between Nadurbik Abdusattorov. I've been practicing that one.
There you go.
Against A1 de Liang. Does this remind you of anything?
This is his game against Praggnanandhaa from yesterday.
Exactly. It's not the exact same position, but it's very similar to the game that he had White yesterday against Praggnanandhaa. And this position, it's what was that key move from yesterday that really got things going for Black? Well, he did it only after the move G3, and that is this move, bishop to C8. So taking a page out of his opponent's handbook from yesterday. Of course, the bishop wasn't doing much on this diagonal because it was blocked by this pawn. But bringing the bishop back, controlling F5, eyeballing the square G4 just in case. And now black has a lot of flexibility in the position. Now, the move that white really would love to play is this move f4. If possible, it makes sense. But the problem is after knight g6, your center starts coming under fire. f4 is now under threat. And g3, you've got to watch out if you try to play g3 because look at that h3 square, that bishop on c8, eyeballing it. Maybe a little bit dangerous right now to take, but you'd have to worry about something like that. Now, if you play queen f3, trying to be solid, on the other side of the board there, pawn breaks waiting to be played. a4, b takes a4, knight takes a4, and now rook takes b5, knight c3, and after the rook drops back, suddenly knight h4, and this e4 pawn is under heavy fire, about to drop off the board. This is me playing white and the computer crushing me playing black in this line. So black has a lot of flexibility in this position. It's not easy to play the white pieces right here, and that's why this move bishop to c8 is a really fine move. We saw yesterday in Wonder losing just simply a massively beautiful game by the youngster from India. And now, talk about recovery the very next day using some of the ideas as well. It's not easy for white to make progress in this position. It's not just pick him up and put him down. And you can see that Nadirbek is looking carefully. What is up? How do I take this space and do something with it?
Yeah, I really like that way that he's playing here with the opposite color. It's a very similar situation, but he's definitely taking a page out of his opponent, learning, if you will, in that kind of position. I have a little bit of further good news for Team USA, as I'm looking at Jeffrey's game here against Alexei Sarana, and I do not really understand what the Russian player is planning on doing against the very obvious move, rook e6. Because if I play rook e6 here, I have to agree with me that you have to defend the pawn. But how do you defend this pawn? This is the heart and soul of white's position. This is the entire reason you gave up the pair of bishops and the structure and everything. Like, you gave all of it up for this pawn on d6. How do you defend it?
Rook d5.
Rook d5, and I'm going to put the other rook to d7. Now, there is no pin on the d file because this bishop is always defending this rook, so I am actually threatening to just take that pawn. And now? Like, who's defending pawn on d6? What?
And he has played rook e6.
That seems like a pawn to me. Again, not the easiest conversion, but at least he got rid of this massive pawn on e6. I really don't see how he defends it.
Well, a pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn, and then you can torture your opponent for the rest of the game.
And that's what you want to do.
Definitely, especially with the black pieces.
All right, well, some wind in the sails for Team USA with some good positions
Absolutely.
in a couple boards.
Yeah. This is so far the best round they've had.
Rufang Lee still...
Not yet?
Could we please not make...
Let's not jinx anybody?
Let's just hold on. Because it's been really bad. It's been really bad. There's been a lot of tears shed. So let's not jump to conclusions yet. They have good positions. They've had good positions before. Let's be clear. They've had very good positions before that we've seen go by the way of the wind. So let's not say just yet, Alejandro.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'll make the bold prediction that we're not going to go half out of an 8 this round.
That I
Always
would
the
gather
gambler,
is a good guess.
Wow. Right. I mean, that was certainly a huge aberration, but that's what put us in this hole. Because, it was all that round. Other than that, just an average of -1 or, well, a little more than -1 around. But what's going on in this game? We haven't spent a lot of time on this one. Nicholas Checa versus Martirosyan.
I don't think we've looked at this game at all. It's actually a very strange version of a King's Indian, reached by a different move order. A couple of games have been played in this position recently. I saw there was a very famous game recently, this game between Varuzhana coming with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces in the U.S. Championship, in which Fabiano, being up 2 free pawns, lost against Varuzhan.
That was terrible.
That was awful. But it made the variation famous.
And catapulted Varuzhan to having such a fantastic result.
Yeah, he was already having a very good tournament, but that was pretty nice. Here, and Checa decided to go for knight h4, which is not what Varouche played. Onischuk, I think, played g3. I think Varouche played e3. Knight h4 challenges the bishop directly, but the argument that black makes is the bishop is better placed on d7 than it is on c8. Whether it's true or not, that I'm not so sure about. But it does lead to different kinds of positions. For example, this one, in which you can apply the fact that the bishop's on d7 by putting the knight on c6, and you have at least the option of taking with the bishop, and even if you don't use that option, the bishop's out of c8, and you can move pieces easily to b8. So bishop e2, castle, and we're going to go through the opening a little bit quick. And it just feels like black's up a tempo in a known position. There's actually a known position, but the bishop's usually on c8. So it seems like a little bit of an advantage here compared to normal. Knight f4, rook fd1, and we have a position in which black has the pair of bishops, but white has a strong center, and after the move c5, pressure on the pawn on c7. Now, after bishop f8, I'm not really sure if white can really afford to move the rook back. If you move the rook back and your opponent plays c5, you're going to have something very clever on how to move the knight, because knight c2 just hands the initiative over to the black side. You play bishop e6 or something along these lines, and you can see that the pair of bishops eventually will gain some power. Your knights are a little bit clumsy in this kind of variations. So instead of that, I was looking at the line rook takes e5, trying to tactically solve some of the problems that white has, and trying to obtain a slightly superior position. After rook takes e5, which is forced, I, of course, regain my material with knight c6. Now, the next move is forced. If you play queen e8, you just lose, because after knight takes, queen takes, I'm up a piece. So you absolutely have to take on c6. I have to take on d8, I have to take on d8, I have to take on d8, and it's almost winning for white. You're threatening an idea like bishop h6, and it seems that this is such a difficult thing to repeal. But actually, black still has the move rook e8, the saving grace, and there's nothing clear. Now, on the other hand, the evaluation of this endgame isn't as clear-cut as you would think. If I can play rook d1, rook c1, and bishop c5 and exchange the dark square bishops, then, of course, this is going to be slightly better for white. I can establish some kind of control over the dark squares, kill your bishop on c6, and here you would have to come up with some kind of idea.
And and have we an update on the Esipenko game, or is he still in the tank after b5?
No, b5, and he took some time. Now, rook takes b5 is a pawn. He could have grabbed it. But he decided to play bishop takes b5, and then Esipenko played queen c8 with this pin, trying to resolve the pin on this diagonal. Now, there are a couple of moves here. There is the safe and sound and normal people move, rook g5, and just try to trade off queens and be up a pawn and say, well, I'm up a pawn and I'm going to make you suffer. That's one line. Or there's the, well, you know what? I'm not really a materialist. Let me keep all the action in the position and play the move rook to f1, since you still can't touch my rook in this position. The problem is that now f6 is playable. And suddenly, it wasn't before because the bishop was pinning this pawn down to this diagonal. But now with f6, this is a real sacrifice. Your queen is hanging if you move your rook somewhere. Queen takes queen. You can't put it anywhere where you cannot be captured by either the bishop or the pawn. So you'd have to actually relax in this position and play a move like bishop to d3 here, and black will be able to capture this rook immediately or very soon. Now the question is, what should black do? c5 is a move here, b2, and then take here, and after bishop f5, move the queen. White is actually down material in this position. Bishop and pawn for a rook, but the engines are evaluating this as better for white. This bishop is a beast. After this f6 move, there's going to be some diagonal issues soon, and the queen shifts over to attack. There's a lot of pressure, but this move, bishop e5, will also appear on the board. I doubt that this is something that white is going to go for. This doesn't feel like something normal for a human to think, let me just go for the generalized compensation of this position. I just gave up an exchange, and I'm not mating the guy, and it looks like bishop e5, especially bishop e5. If that move weren't on the board, you could keep your two bishops on those long diagonals in this variation for a long time. That'd be one thing. But the fact that you can play bishop e5 and get away with it in this line shows that I think it's going to shut down Rufang Lee and maybe force him to reassess and just play rook g5 right now and take his extra pawn and say, it's a freebie, let me just take it and keep the game going.
Yeah, and we because it's so tempting, Maurice. This is one of the things in temptation in chess. After the move rook AF1, F6, bishop C4 check, king H8 in this position that we're analyzing. Oh man, I really want to play queen takes G6 and mate you on the H file, which is just off from working. The queen is just perfectly placed to avoid, and the bishop also. If the bishop was anywhere else, I would have rook F4 and mate somehow, but I just can't make it work. You know, this temptation of having a pretty mate.
I feel it.
But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now, knowing Rufang, the problem is that knowing Rufang.
That's what he's looking at. Things like that is
at.
what he's looking at, because he's definitely that kind of player.
Yes, he is definitely this kind of player. He's going to play queen C8 in this position. He hates material. It's like this guy hates material. He loves the initiative.
I feel him. I told you, I'm anti-materialist myself. Not just non-materialist, anti-materialist. Want to give away something to get some compensation as part of the way you play chess. That is definitely the way he plays. But I like your line. I just want to show a little tactic based on what you said. If you play your variation with rook over, F6, bishop check, king moves, and this queen, and the king moves, and then the queen sacrifice. If we could actually play one tempo just to show an idea, this of course fails to
Queen takes.
So queen takes on F5. I wanted to show if the bishop weren't on.
Let's pretend the bishop's not there, and you have
no,
to
just play a bishop. Let's play a bishop move for. Let's play a move for white, like bishop back, right? And now bishop back to bishop to A3. Of course, this doesn't work, but bishop to A3. And now the move rook to F4.
Still doesn't work because queen F5.
It still doesn't work, yeah.
But your point was G5.
Yes, exactly. This was another tactic that emerged in the position that came in. So a lot of stupidity has to happen for this to happen. But
of course. But
still.
I mean, you're obviously, when you see a king like that, as exposed as that, especially after a move like F6, you start trying to calculate if you can actually make it work. You know, some kind of intermezzo with a bishop E6 at some point that has to distract the queen or something along those lines. But I just can't make it work, and I assume that because the engine was giving it, that it actually doesn't work. But that being said...
You'll be thinking about it. He'll be thinking about it. He can't help it because it's a pattern that we all learned very early on.
Right. Although, that being said, this here on bishop D3, the more you look at it, the more tempting it is, because after bishop takes, all these kind of patterns reappear. If I play rook F3 and bishop E6 and queen G6, that's money. That's where it is, and that's why the engine is very scared of black's position. It's giving an advantage for white, and it's a reason that king's still very weak. So you can imagine that this kind of setups are going to be very difficult for black to play anyway.
Yep. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. I still like Rufang's position a lot, no matter which version he chooses. The sedate rook G5, which is just an extra pawn, or rook AF1, which is the Rufang version, right? I don't really care about material, I'm going to mate you somehow.
By the way, in the game that Abdusattorov has with the white pieces against Liang, in this position, after bishop to C8, now the move king to H1, a complete waste of a tempo because F4 was playable and there was no worry along this long diagonal. I guess maybe he was worried a bishop could appear on the D4 square at some point. But Awander borrowing a move from his opponent from yesterday, knight G6. You're not getting in F4 for free. Forget about that. Never going to happen. Now shutting down the next move, and you're getting a sort of piece restraint, right? Using pieces to restrain the advancement of pawns. And white has to be very careful. He can't play G3. He's frustrated, not able to play G3 to get the pawn going forward. He can't play F4. He's going to get captured. This bishop suddenly is also in the game, can harass you with bishop C3, can land on the D4 square, and anytime he wants, he might play the move A4 to create some play on that side. So, man, black's position really looks wonderful. The flexibility of the pieces and also the restraint of the pawns trying to go down the board at all, it's very hard to find a plan for white. White is slowly being restrained, that's the word, and a la Nimzovich, from the book My System, using these piece moves. It's really a gorgeous example of it, and it's hard to find a move. Alejandro, I don't know if you've seen a plan for white here. It's just not that easy to make any real progress with the white pieces.
No, absolutely not. And of course, we've had that debate here on the studio. That is a terrible book. And after knight g6...
Wait, yeah, you're sitting in Yasser's chair and you share his opinion.
Yeah,
this is the anti-Ninzovich chair.
It looks terrible. After knight g6, I have to agree with Maurice on the fact that coming up with a plan for white is very complicated, because white's the one that has clear ideas that are difficult to execute. You want to play f4. You want to start expanding on the center. You want to start expanding on the king side. You want to attack some of the weakened king side squares like f5, g4, start launching something against the king. The problem is the execution of these plans are not trivial. f4 is currently under black control. The move knight g4 doesn't really do that much, and the knight on g4 can be spooked away very easily with the pawn on h5. You don't want to trade dark square bishops because it's on the dark squares that you have your weaknesses. So again, the plans are clear, but the execution, far from trivial. It's like white's stuck in this position, is what it feels like.
John Bartholomew tweeted about this game, and he said that Abdusattorov spends more time staring at GM-elect Alejandro Liang than he does looking at the board. But right now, and recently, that hasn't been possible because Alejandro is up from the board.
Yeah, Wander's considerably down on time, too, which is not great. So he needs to step it up a little bit.
And get back at the board.
Okay, a critical position occurring with Salimova and Carissa Yip. This position, black, we said, was on a razor's edge. You cannot let e4, e5, f4 happen. That's fast. If you let it happen, you better have some kind of recipe against it. This is a long, well-known plan going as far back as Botvinnik. So we're going back into the 50s that this plan, e4 and e5 and f4, is known to crack your position open. And Carissa needed right now to play b4. It just, you have to kick the legs from under this pawn structure. And a la Nimzovich, my system, attacked the pawn at the base, attacked the pawn chain. This just simply had to be done. That was very natural that this move gets played. Instead, she attacked it from the front with f6. This recipe does not break down the pawn formation in any way. And now the engines are giving white a completely dominant advantage, saying white is virtually winning after this move. e5 can be met by queen to f5, and suddenly the queen appears, threats of takes and discovery on the knight. This pawn is going to hang in a moment as well. If you try to chase the queen out, guess who's going to hang around your king? Suddenly f5 is a beastly threat. You can't play f5 yourself because you just drop the pawn immediately. This move, f6, looking very dubious, not understanding that she had to attack this pawn chain from the base. I personally really like the book, My System, but since you two are better players than I am, that is you Alejandro and Yasser, I might have to defer to your better judgment. I don't think so, though. I really like that book. Now, this move, though, f6 attacking the pawn from the front is just not what she should be doing here. And she's not, I don't think she's aware of the danger her position is in right now from making such a weakening move.
Sometimes when you play this kind of moves, you only focus on the obvious. For example, queen f5 is not the first thing I think of in this position. The first thing I think of is what happens if she plays f5. And the move f5 is what would really scare me at first. And then you can go into your line, but a little bit better. Now I really like knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, knight takes d5. I think this is an even better version than what you were looking at, because now I'm not scared of white pushing f6. I'm not scared of a lot of counterplay that you could have on the king side, specifically with the weakening of my dark squares. Now the pawn on f5 is stuck. I'm going to put on knight on d3, and all
d4 pawn is hanging.
The d4 pawn is hanging, and I'm still going to get in before my knight on d3 and all the good compensation that you were mentioning. So I can understand that she's focused on this idea that f5 is the main threat, and she stopped it. Whereas the move queen f5 is a little more indirect. For example, you can imagine that if black establishes the move g6 f5, black's super happy. You've killed the bishop on d2, you've established a blockade on the king side, all is great. So sometimes the move queen f5 is difficult to play because you're imagining that you're just provoking g6 f5. Then you realize the specifics of the position, and in this case, queen f5 actually does not provoke the move g6 followed by f5 because f5 is simply hanging against specifically queen g4. And, my first intention was queen h3, and I was thinking, why are you allowing me to play f5? This looks silly. Then I realized, as you were mentioning queen g4, that yes, the pawn on f5 simply cannot be put there because it's hanging. So it's kind of a funny mental situation there, where you sometimes don't see a move like queen f5 because it visually feels like it's helping your opponent.
And in the game with Jeffrey has in fact won the pawn. He is now solidly up a pawn. Of course, he has this double pawns on this side, but that's not really where his pawn advantage is anyway. Even if he had a regular pawn formation here, it still would only be 2 against 2, and he's defending this side. It's really here that he has his advantage, and in the fact that he has his bishop on the board. Light squares are definitely weak. He's going to take some time to prove this edge, however, because it's just not concrete how black proceeds in order to win this position. So it's going to take quite a bit of time, but at least the endgame is in his favor. 2-result position now, so Sarana has to dig deep to try to save that position. Another position we'd like to point out that's very complex, actually exploded while we were looking at other positions, is this one here. Now, it looks like a straight endgame, but how we got here is the real question, so I'll just back out. I've got an auto update on the board. So this position, let's go back to here. Bishop h1, b5, the move e5, rook b8, and knight d4 going after an exchange on c6. Bishop d7, and now knight f3, trying to eject this knight from the square. Takes, and then d takes e5, rook a d1, chasing the bishop, bishop e8, and another set of exchanges. And after this move, a bit of a weird move in this position because of bishop b6, and now a trade and taking on e5, and black seems to have weathered the storm without any real issues in the position. The only good news for white, I believe, is that bishop c6 allows this move rook to d6.
Wait, I'm very confused. Bishop c5? She played bishop c5?
Yeah, let's go back to
Why
here.
didn't she take on f4?
After bishop c5 in this position, you mean this move? Yeah, she could have definitely sacrificed. You mean give an exchange in order to get the material?
But it's barely a sacrifice, right?
That is hardly a sacrifice. This bishop is going to be much better than this rook, any of the rooks, and its passed pawns as well. So I do agree with you. That's a great move. Taking on f4 was a better move than this. It does seem like Bibi missed a big chance here by taking on f4. Now the position is settling down to here, and got to be okay for black.
Really?
In black's position, it's fine, no? Solid, maybe b4 here. Control this square, play the bishop to b5.
But what did you play against rook d6? Is this anyway actually okay for black?
Rook to d6.
I felt you were just so underdeveloped that I could, I don't know, do something in the next couple of moves. I feel like I can somehow trade some of my pawns to get 2 connected passers on the queen side. I just wanted to play this position a little bit.
That's a good-looking move. It looks like if I trade, you get this passed pawn, and then, yeah, then where does my bishop go? If I do this, whoa, not that one. This one, bishop here, you're getting behind your pawn?
I wasn't sure if rook d1 or
here
rook
or here.
Somewhere. I thought rook d1 to have the idea of rook d4 at some point.
D1.
I don't know. This feels dangerous for black.
Maybe
I'm overestimating the position.
But this, my problem is I can't put my king, right? I want to go here.
It's not so easy.
It's not so easy to do.
And I always have this kind of crazy ideas of just going a3.
Yep.
Taking c4, c5.
Also, this is a problem.
That's a kind of big problem.
King coming in. Maybe dangerous. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Back here, you have to be very careful in this position. Rook d6 is the threat.
No, the threat is b4 by white.
Well, if I can open on this side, I'm thinking of f6. But you still, can I play f6? Or is rook d6 still on the board?
Still on the board.
Yeah, I'm not stopping this threat. Yeah, maybe she missed this idea. I certainly did. Rook d6 is a strong idea, straightening out, just definitely taking advantage of this rank. Yeah, that's a very good looking move, Alejandro. Good point. Kind of funny that she didn't play e takes f4 back here.
I have to say that's again experience. I mean, I've played so many Sicilians in my life that I know that if rooks are so worthless compared to the dark square bishop.
It's not even a Sicilian. It's 2 pawns and a bishop.
I think it was just one.
Was it?
I think that's sometimes what scares you. It's materialistically. I think it was just one.
No, it's 2.
And I can't count, right? It's
2
pawns. No,
it's 2.
Then you just know that a bishop and 2 pawns is worth more than a rook.
That was a dark square bishop at that.
Dark square bishop.
You can't oppose it. That was a definite miss on her part.
But
that
if
she
you
didn't
look
take
at
on
the
f4 in
time,
this position.
she actually just played bishop b6 almost instantly. So the issue there was she didn't take her time when she had a choice of captures, which is a typical tactical error.
Yeah, that's a very
big miss. That could cost her go from a win to a loss.
Yeah, because he takes f4 seems so dangerous for white. Honestly, I mean, you take on f4 and your position is so hard to play.
She thought it was a forced series of captures. That's well, bishop b6 isn't a capture itself, but it ensues it forces more captures. So I think she just thought that bishop b6 was a forced move because she saw bishop c5 trapping that rook. So a very instructive tactical error where she played it instantly, 19 seconds, because she had seen it earlier. But you know what? It's always easier to find a move like e takes f4 when it's right in front of your face than it is to see it a couple moves prior.
I'm going to point out another mistake, and this is actually, in my opinion, the more likely reason why she played bishop b6, is that before she went into this variation, she calculated the following line. In this position specifically, she saw bishop a7 and realized that she has no other move. If she plays rook c8, I think she just loses to bishop b7. And I don't know how you keep the bishops, because rook c7, I take, and I just trap your exchange. And this is different in the other variation, of course, much different. And she realized that against bishop a7, I have to play bishop b6. So I'm going to play it. And in the other line, she was like, oh, I'm going to get the same position. She didn't even bother checking other lines.
Right.
Right. So take your time when there are captures in play.
Yeah, and she did play f6, and I still think that after rook d6, okay, Martha's not winning or anything like this, but this seems like a very dangerous endgame. I'm looking at the move bishop e4, setting up a kind of nice little threat here, because if bishop, well, not a threat, a trap. If you take on e5, I play bishop h7 check, and I just win the game because I want to get an exchange as I distract your king from the defense of the rook. So it feels to me like Martha's getting a little bit of something here against Bibisara, who wasted a golden opportunity.
That's right. So this would be obviously huge for Martha, being outrated so massively in this contest.
Well, it's just a complex endgame. I'm actually not sure how much better white is, but I would rather take white.
Well, looking good so far for Team USA.
Not so fast.
Win this match?
Not so fast. I told you not to jinx them because there are a couple of positions that are looking horrible. Well, this one with Checa, we know he plays quickly. This move, rook d5, a good move. Still fine. He's doing all right with this pin on the long diagonal. You don't want to play a move like c6 and just get your head blown off. So rook to d5, queen c8 breaking the pin. And now you have to pay attention because c6 is indeed a threat. And he decided he could stop the threat with bishop to h6. But now when you say, well, what happens on c6? How do you stop the threat? Like what are you doing? If you take now on f8, then c takes d5. Unless you can prove some compensation of your bishop maybe coming back to h6 and somehow your queen's going to land here, that is so far-fetched. It's not even funny. D takes e4, and let me just try a move like queen to f4, and suddenly the engine's coming up with f5, and we're kind of running out of firewood in this position, nothing to play for. So bishop h6, c6, the rook's hanging. You could pin this piece in this position, but now the queen can move out of the way again, and your rook is hanging. Desperation. You're about to lose material unless you can come up with some kind of line that shows compensation. This one might be lost. This one looks terrible in this line. And I will also point out that in Carissa's game, queen f5 was beastie, but knight f5 is also a strong move. Knight f5, remember what we said. The lead pawn falling off the board doesn't change anything. You're breaking on e5, so that's no big deal. Also, there's no sacrifice on d4. Also, there's knight to d6 coming in the position. And be very wary of a queen showing up on this side of the board as well. This is dangerous too. And this is not a position you would think, oh yeah, this is something I want for black. This is really stiff. These last two positions we just showed are not in the U.S.'s favor at all.
No, not by a long shot. There's a game which actually we haven't touched at all, so perhaps we should take a look at it. It's the game between Andrew Hong and the Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. And that seems to be going pretty well for us. Not massively, but seems like a slight edge for white. Let's take a look at it from the beginning as we have another one of these Spanish games with the move g6. It's funny how sometimes in chess it works that you just see a bunch of the same sidelines, but only against you. Like g6 is an immense sideline. a6 by far the main line, the Berlin side f6. Everything else has been seen many times. But this is actually the second time this tournament that Andrew Hong has seen the move g6. Like, for example, I played the Spanish for, I don't know, 15 years, and I've never had anybody play g6 against me. a6, bishop c4, and okay, this is a little bit on the clever side. You don't retreat the bishop to a4, which is also completely possible. You try to play a better version of an Italian, saying that a6 is not so useful and g6 is actually kind of clumsy. It's possible to play like this, and he goes for one of these structures in which knight on c6 finds itself a little bit misplaced, because you can see that d4 is, of course, completely covered. So the knight finds itself a bit of a difficult situation. It'll have to be rerouted at some point. And we keep a lot of pieces on the board. White expands very naturally on the queen side, taking even more space away from the knight. And I really like White's position around here. It's not a huge advantage, but just the fact that I have a little bit more space on the queen side, that this bishop on c4 is a little bit more useful than its counterpart on g7. It just feels like it's a little easier to play for the white side. Not a big deal. Double-edged game in the sense that the knight's going to go to f4. Still a lot can happen, but it seems like Andrew's handling this position quite well.
Yeah, this is an. What do you think then, Alejandro? If you had to pick who's going to win this round, not the match. We know the match is over. If you had to pick who's going to win this round, what would you say?
Well, I mean, you can't. You always have to root for somebody that's down 11 games, so I'm going to go to Team USA.
Oh, I didn't say what you want. I said, what do you think?
Usually you go with rating, and now you're just saying, let's root for the underdog.
Well, Team USA, I think, has really good positions, so I'm going to go for them, even though I'm super scared about the Carissa game, and I'm really not very happy with Checa's game. We have good chances, I think, in Xiong's game. I think we have good chances in Rufang's game. I think we have, I think Martha has a fighting chance today. I like how the Way of Wonder's been playing. So right now, it's pretty close to even, but I'm going to go with Team USA just...
By a small margin, like a +1, +2?
Yeah, like a +1.
Maurice, what's your prediction?
I think it's although it's probably the least likely result, I think it's 50%.
Yeah, it's something very close to that, considering the positions, I think.
All right, so we have a +1 prediction and a 50% prediction. I'm going to go with +2.
For the
+2 or more for the U.S.
Oh, +2 or more. Actually, +2 is not completely unreasonable considering some of the positions. I think Sevian's really turned the game around. I think that there are a couple of endgames that are really nice for us. The way things are going, I think that +2 is not an unreasonable prediction. The world winning, that seems more difficult for me to believe.
Ha!
Just considering the positions, Of course, we've seen much worse happen over the last 3 days, but there you go.
And now we've got our MVP picks here. Oh, Christian, we didn't actually hear from him, but he said he also liked Esipenko's performance here. But interestingly, since we all picked those, Esipenko is definitely in trouble, and Assaubayeva's position not so hot either. So we might have to revise these at the end of the tournament.
No, I mean, Assaubayeva, I still believe in her. She's got a tough position, and this is where you, as a strong player, have to prove yourself. It's very easy to just win games where you're always better, but the mark of a good player is when you have those tough positions, you sit down and you defend them. This is something not everybody can do.
Excuse me, but MVP is the most valuable player for the tournament, not for the round. And they've already shown what they needed to do to crush it. Even LeBron James can have a bad game, and it's okay. He scored 40 on you, 41 in another game, and he just dominated, and he was the reason why you won the whole thing. Well, maybe not this year, as Kevin Durant took it all. But, and by the way, I hate that team. But anyway, that's another story. This is, I know it's random, a basketball fan. Alejandro's like, what? What is he talking about?
I've heard of this sport.
Yeah, you've heard of this sport. Golden State Warriors, they should never have gotten Durant. Can't stand them. All right, now, moving on. They destroyed basketball. So, what they did, those players, they led the charge and crushed the other team. Okay, maybe they don't win today. Even if they don't win today, even if they lose today, they still have a dominant result. So just to lose right now doesn't mean anything.
And the MVP
they're still the MVPs of their team.
The other potential MVP in the world team, Alexei Sarana, who wasn't picked, he's also in trouble today. So it's kind of interesting, the ones that have the biggest scorers in a little bit of the trouble on the board today, which just goes to show, in a way, how remarkable the results were.
Well, it's a tough tournament. At some point, we kind of expected the USA to at least win one match. So let's see if it can be done today.
And Sarana hasn't lost a game, so he's in trouble for the first time. And we're going to go to a quick commercial as we see who's going to win this round of the match of the Millennials.
Question on Twitter from Damas.
Surprise.
I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence. This is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Another surprise.
Hello and welcome back to the Match of the Millennials here at the capital of chess in America, in St. Louis, where we are getting off to a wonderful start here at the Summer of Chess. Well, wonderful depending on your perspective. Been a lot of great chess, but of course disappointing to fans of the U.S. team.
Right, the second tournament here in the Summer of Chess after the U.S. Junior Championship, which was won by one of the players here, I wonder, Liang, an exciting event we had here to kick off this Summer of Chess, of course. This second tournament in the series, it has not gone the way of Team USA. Let's hope that our representatives in the upcoming Singfield Cup and St. Louis Rapid and Blitz will do much better than our players have done here in this tournament.
That's right, and one of the biggest problems in this round, which it seems like there's a lot of games that could go either way. I think we're going to have a lot of decisive games in this final round. Yep. But this one not going our way. The game between Nicholas Checa and Aik Martirosyan looks like Checa's in trouble.
Well, it went down exactly how Maurice had predicted after c6. We have an analysis here. After bishop takes f8, this was kind of what Maurice was saying. Okay, you got the dark squares, but how are you going to mate me? Where's the attack? Pawn takes e4, queen f4, and this is exactly what Maurice was saying. The engine signaling the move f5, and Martirosyan is playing exactly the way the computer is suggesting. And after pawn takes e4, this very clever move, knight f7, which double attacks on e4 and threatens to remove the main point of white's position, which is this bishop on h6, dark square control. After pawn takes f5, I see no good reason not to take this pawn, as the bishop's really not going anywhere. I think bishop takes f5 is, as far as I can see, a free exchange for the black pieces.
That's done.
It's a free exchange.
And we've got another very interesting news about Rufang Lee's game. And he actually has played a very similar game in the National Open just a couple months ago. That's a tournament that's held in Las Vegas.
Pretty astonishing, actually. And I have the game right here.
You got the game right up here?
Yes. This game, we were talking about the brilliant rook f5. Dude has played the move before. And we had our crack team of Tatev Abrahamian, who was the one who pointed it out to us, that this exact position occurred before in his game against Anthony He in the National Open. He did play rook f5, and in that game, it went the way you imagined, Alejandro, the way you divined it. c5 instead of b5, bishop c3, queen c8, the same pin. This time he did play rook af8, king to h8, queen g5, and after f6, a rook sack, scintillating sacrifice on f5. You don't dare take that with the pawn, because if you do, then rook takes on f5, and that king is getting destroyed with a mating attack. Well, instead of that, after rook takes f6, he played rook takes, and now rook takes again. You can't touch it. Queen c6, bishop d5, get that queen out of here. Queen to b6, and now the beautiful queen takes g6, exactly thematic to those simple ideas, to those common ideas that we know. Rook f3, the threat now made into one. And after bishop h2, no, we're not going to touch this and give you queen d6 check, just king h1. And again, nothing to stop rook h3 after bishop f4. Rook h3 check, his opponent resigned because bishop h6 runs into rook takes h6 mate. No wonder he likes to play b3. I was trying to get him to maybe move off of the move, to get off of that line and start playing main lines. And he's like, no, b3 is a good move, man. He's winning material, brilliant games like this, and he's up a pawn right now. This game did not go that route. The position he has on the board now is this one. A lot more tepid, to say the Lee. Certainly no obvious mating attack, but pawn in the pocket, two secure bishops. This one will never disappear from the chessboard. You can't push it off the square. Still a nice pressure along the diagonal. And what does Black do? Black has zero plans. Exactly zero. Rufang Lee now showing what we expected of him in this tournament, not to play the kind of chess where he was losing games and not doing quite well. This one, this is why this guy's 25-68 Grandmaster. Yeah, I think if the U.S. team got another chance at this and played again with the same lineup, you'd see a dramatically different result. They're going to be hyper motivated in the rematch. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, this was clearly, no matter whether we were not favorites or not, this was an absolute outlier. I mean, with evenly ranked teams plus 11, that's like in the territory of Fabiano Caruana's Scorcher, in that it's a huge statistical outlier. And if you cover enough chess tournaments, if you follow enough chess tournaments, those do happen. And that's not to take anything away from the world team, who certainly performed well, and also you got to love their team spirit. Now, about that game that Rufang Lee played in the National Open, that was actually against another extremely talented youngster, Anthony He, who's only 11 or 12 years old, and who recently made National Master. So much talent, even in the open sections, the top boards of these open tournaments. You sometimes see teenagers fighting it out for first place. In fact, Rufang Lee, at the age of 14, won that very same tournament, the National Open, the year before in 2016.
Rufang won 2016
National Open in Las Vegas.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good. Anthony He, you were talking about,
yes.
right? Yeah, I know who he is. He's from Seattle, I think.
That's right.
Yeah. He recently I think he actually became FIDE Master. He's really good, really talented. I've actually worked with him in a training camp in Arizona, so I'm somewhat familiar with his chess. I didn't know they had played together. But yeah, that was a devastating win, what Maurice was showing us there. Definitely somewhat inspired. And how unusual that you get so deep into a position exactly the same way.
Oh, boy. Well, whatever your prediction was, you might have to put that back in the pocket, because Andrew Hong has done something absolutely insane. He decided in this position, where things were solid, things were okay, a knight might appear on the f4 square. What do you do if a knight might show up on f4? You play a move like g3, you keep things solid, you make sure nothing bad happens to yourself. Instead, he decided to push it a little bit further. g4, attacking the knight on h5, expecting, what? Knight f4. That's what the guy wanted to do. So he put it there, and now the spectacular blunder, knight takes e5. It could have been a beautiful idea, because his point is he's going after this f7 square. He's deflecting the queen in this position. Queen takes knight, allows a bishop f7 idea, but it turns out even that's not that strong, because you're giving up 2 pieces for a rook. But you might start with the move bishop d4, etc., etc. Try to get some energy still, since bishop f7 is coming, and hope for rain. Well, as I say, when you're praying for rain, it's probably going to be a drought, unless there's something amazing in your position somewhere. The problem with this move is that this move, knight e5, is refuted completely by queen to h4, a move he unquestionably overlooked, just simply forgetting about f7. Anything happening down here you can have, because the only thing that's going to count is this guy right here on h3. You can't back up and defend it, because you just sacked a piece. There that goes, and you can't move forward after queen h4 with bishop takes f7, because the king simply moves out of the way, and now nobody can come back and save you on h3. Your position is simply under full duress. e5 is hanging. Bishop f4, by the way, we should point out, doesn't work because of queen f2 check, king h1, queen takes on f4. You can have all the rooks you want, because bishop e5 is threatening mate on h2. White's position collapses of his own doing. Right here.
You just completely missed queen h4.
After h4, after g4 and knight f4, knight e5, he just simply did not realize that by taking on e5 was one of those things when you were defending the square. We call this drawback chess or Aikido chess. I have a DVD called The Secret to Chess that talks about this. You make a move, you weaken a square. Knight takes e5. It looks like you're attacking in one direction, except you just weaken as your knight was moving. It was already weakening that h4 square. Knight's now here. h4 suddenly open, and that's going to be all she wrote. Now the question is, with such a spectacular move, will he find this move, this youngster, all of 11 years old, will he calculate it to the devastating blow of queen h4, showing a little bit of nerves there for the first time.
Well, because he has 9 minutes.
He's got 9 minutes on the clock. He's got to find the crushing queen h4. You can see him physically shaking right now at the board and twirling his hair as his clock is ticking down. It's time to make a move. Will he find queen h4? This kid is a tactical wizard, and this would be not such a hard move to find, but look at...
Keep your poker face, Andrew. Keep your poker face.
It's like he's flipping chips the way he was like, whatever. You know, he's looking at his opponent.
He hasn't realized. He just hasn't realized that the Queen H4 is a move.
Oh, I was thinking that he might actually realize because he's looking a little frustrated. But that would be over the top. If you are feeling frustrated, you definitely don't want to show it now. You want to hope that your opponent somehow misses this. But I agree. I think Praggu is going to bang down Queen to H4.
Wow, this is a moment in this game. This body language says so much, and we don't get a lot of this in chess at the top level. We're talking about Garry Kasparov, and right there is a great moment when we know there's a devastating killer blow in the position, and what do both sides know? Does Andrew
There's
know?
a lot to consider. I mean,
he didn't see it.
Did not see it. Look at that. Missed the move.
Yeah, completely.
That's an in-between move.
And that puts Andrew fully back in the game, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. It's not. I mean, he was gone before, but now the game is crazy. Just put a knight on D5. Black apparently is supposed to be slightly better in this position.
Still?
Still,
Wow.
yes. Still, he's blocking this threat.
Also, what a crazy move.
What
F5. I didn't even realize that move was legal.
You know what the heck is that? Just blocking the diagonal is the simple part of the line. It's I'm just blocking the diagonal. Relax, guys. I'm just blocking the diagonal so I can take on E5 with check. That was his point. He misses Queen H4 and plays completely on the other side of the board. And if you take this piece, now Black, you won't guess Black's best move.
What do you mean? You don't take the knight?
No. You play knight takes D5. I mean, what?
Knight takes D5?
Is that real? I mean, it can be real.
Wow. I guess if you move the knight, there's simply knight takes C3.
That's amazing. Look at it now. You look at it. But what about knight C6? If you put it over here,
no, knight E3.
Blocking the position. Knight takes on E3 takes, and now
and check bishop E5.
And no, rook E3 even stronger.
Even stronger, yes.
Woo! I mean, what?
What?
What? What is the word? What? What the hell?
There was just too much to consider with no time left.
No time on the clock. Knight D5. Both sides. This is total madness. He's missing a shot. And this move, knight D5. I mean, the kid's mind works in mysterious ways. He's clearly sharp, tactical, crazy. But now with only 8 minutes and 40 seconds left, will he be able to handle all the tactics? Bishop, by the way, D4 is the move the engines are giving, but that's going to be answered by queen check, king to G1, and then bishop takes on E5. And I'm just following this variation after queen takes, and now takes. All the tactics have been controlled, but Black is fine here. Black has definitely come out of this one okay. And now it's Hong's turn.
Look at him nodding that head bob.
I mean, man, it's work. You could tell they want to play some chess in this building right now, boy.
Yeah, that makes sense. You need to take your last break before you're going to be stuck in the time control, right?
Apparently took a restroom break.
And Maurice, I think you're going to enjoy Rufang's last move. Take a look at that. That is a sweet move to make.
Oh. Yeah, Rufang's going to be telling us again about that B3 rook. But this is always a theme. Don't touch this guy. But, I mean, H5, rook G5. He thought he was chasing this piece away. And geometrics yet again.
All of White's rooks hanging.
Maybe we were going to have to call the B3 move the Rufang variation. Look at this. Rufang Lee with just a spectacular shot. If you take on F7, then, of course, bishop takes on G7.
I was even thinking rook G7.
Rook G7 looks even sweeter. I mean, looks sexier, at least. But this one can, I mean, it looks
bishop
like you're being
D3,
hammered.
Never mind about that.
Out of existence with this variation. It's like, kill him, crush him, destroy him in this line. Yes, indeed. This move, rook F7. Whoo, that's 2 games of his now we've seen that look spectacular in this line. If he ever becomes world champ, everybody will be playing B3, just adopting this line. And he knows he's played a crushing blow. This one is going to send Esipenko back home feeling a bitter taste in his mouth.
Oh, yeah, he just got killed.
And
rook F7.
So if rook F7, just rook G6. And again, that variation is nice that after rook F7, rook G6, you can't move the rook because there's just checkmate in 1 on H6.
Well, it's not... Yeah, checkmate in 1 here on H6.
H6.
Yeah, I was thinking rook F6, but yeah, just die here after rook f7. There must be some variation in which I guess black, even if they emerge up the exchange, white's winning so many pawns. So many pawns, and the bishops are still going to be so strong. This is killer. This has to be game over.
Like the variation you were mentioning with rook f6. After bishop f6, we're just up. How many pawns? Do the body count? We're up
Bishop
2
f6.
pawns, right?
Yeah, I don't even want to take this stupid rook. I guess I should. Takes. That's 2 extra pawns in the bag and a better king. I expect this to be an easy win.
Nice move there by Rufang Lee.
Absolutely. Do I have any other good news? I wanted to see Jeffrey's game.
Jeffrey's up. Jeffrey's up in a significant way.
Oh, this looks really nice also. It's an extra pawn that I count. And not only that, this bishop's not quite active. And whatever happened to black's weak structure on the queen side, it's not there anymore. He's managed to exchange it. Let's go back and see what happened. Lifted up somewhere around here as he was corralling this pawn on d6. He's managed to take it. And yeah, white was unable to really create anything, and there it goes. He exchanges one of the A pawns for his opponent's B pawn. That neutralizes the disadvantage that he had on the pawn structure. Yes, the knight's a little bit annoying. Yes, the rook's a little bit annoying, but look at him. He's pushing them back, pushing them back. And because of this bishop g4 threat of checkmate on d1, he was forcing this move f3, and now he's a pawn to the good. The bishop's superior to the knight. It's still a lot of work to be done, a little dangerous that he doesn't have that many pawns left, and this king on h6 a little misplaced. But great chances to win this position for Jeffrey Xiong.
A little misplaced. That king is coming off the board, isn't it? It's got to.
I'm worried about the move h4 because remember, I'm attacking your rook right now.
This indeed is true. I do have rook check and e4, and then you get to play
h4. Yeah, I'm worried about these kind of variations.
If I play e4, you're not playing h4 because I play king g7.
And king g7 is just winning.
Yeah.
And rook f7, you're gonna. I think here as I regain a pawn, right, because of the king. I would like to play h5, but I can't.
Yeah, because I can play g5, but you play knight takes.
Knight takes, or even take on a7 is probably playable.
Yeah, but am I going to pick up your h2 pawn?
I mean, obviously black is the one pushing for the advantage, but I'm not so sure about sending the rook forward. I was thinking about keeping it on the 7th rank. I was thinking maybe rook b7 to keep the attack on the b4 pawn.
And stop all those rook f7 ideas.
For now, it kills the rook. And knight takes h7, I think here I actually do play e4. I don't want to take on h7 and figure out another rook endgame, which looks actually completely drawn.
Yeah.
Instead, e4 just attacks the knight because now I defend the bishop and I take on b4 next move, and this looks really nice.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a switcheroo because now when you play rook f7, you don't attack the pawn on h7 because it was already taken.
Yeah, it's already gone. So I like black's chances of winning this game.
You're going to like other things too. It looks like Jennifer's prediction might be the more accurate one. Look at this game with Abdusattorov and Andrew Liang. I mean, beautiful little bit. Where were we? We were back here somewhere. And b4 was played, queen c2, bishop d7, and after a4, shutting down any demonstration for white on this side, knight f4, attacking the bishop, and now bishop c3. We talked about this annoying bishop move, rook to d1, not wanting to trade off the dark squared bishop, queen e7, and black's pieces are just coming in slowly but surely, making incursions into the game, and now f3. We were talking about dark squares. His pawn was under attack. Now all the dark squares are weak, and knight back to h5. Who's keeping this baby out of g3? This horsey's coming in here. There's going to be a pin on this diagonal. Threats are starting to abound in this position. A Wonder is playing this position wonderfully.
Now let's not forget about f5.
And f5 is the break. F5 is the break that's going to crack this position open and give black some attacking chances. So this is not nearly over because of the solid pawn formation. But if you're white, you're thinking defense. What initiative? What attack? There's none of that. Remember, he had space once upon a time that he could dream about? Well, that space has now been calcified completely. Pawns can't move. Pieces are in random squares. He's got no initiative whatsoever. And is the clock on his side as well?
It's
Looks like clocks are about the same. This one's rich. A Wonder could pull something off in this game as well. So
can he do it immediately, Maurice? Can he stick a pony on g3 and go f5? Can he do that immediately?
Why not?
It looks really dangerous. And
the only thing about this position I don't like is the knight on b6 and the rook on a8. That feels like you need a correction for these two pieces. You don't need them on those squares. So it would be nice. the thing about a knight on G3, I mean, he could actually stop you from putting the knight on G3, right?
Well, he can't because it's black's move.
Wait, what was White's last? Oh, Black just played bishop. I'm sorry, he just played bishop to D3. All right, so he could absolutely play this move, king over, and then go for F5. And if pawn takes on F5, bishop D4. Ooh.
And this knight on B6 is not so bad suddenly, huh?
D5 is
D5
dropping.
is hanging.
Reminds me of Ruy Lopez Zaitsev variation.
Yes.
Right?
Where you sacrifice on F5, take on D5, destroy that center.
Yes, exactly. Karpov tried that against Kasparov different times in their World Championship matches, and mainly Kasparov was able to deflect the power of that idea. But it's to Ruy Lopez. These themes pop up in similar variations, and we're seeing it right now. Definitely a spicy game and a wonder in his element. He's an attacking player, so you know he's salivating right now over exactly this move, F5.
Yeah, knight G3, F5, I think is going to be a very difficult defense here for the Uzbek superstar. This is really going to put some pressure on White's position. That center pawn formation, yes, it's holding on, but it's the only thing holding on for White's position. His pieces are way too passive.
Meanwhile, we've got some moves in the game between Rufang Lee and Esipenko, which traveled down one of the paths that we looked at briefly.
Let's see. Bishop takes F7 did happen.
Exactly.
Then here I was actually thinking of taking with the rook, but perhaps taking with the bishop is even better. King G8,
so
bishop
we were
F6.
looking at King H7, which lost immediately. At least in this line.
This is not much better.
He can escape to H6. Oh, I think. Oh, he didn't. This is how I thought he threw in a check. Did he throw in a check on D3?
No.
No, he didn't. Okay.
Bishop takes E7. This is the current position on the board. And he has to play rook F8. Everything else loses instantly. Otherwise, you'll end up at least 2 pawns down. Rook F8 seems forced to me. And here, pretty much any move. I'm trying to think. Bishop D3 is what... I don't want to trade bishops. King H6. And what is the body count? 3 pawns for an exchange? That's great. 3 pawns for an exchange is a great material balance.
What's not great is what's about to happen to Nicholas Checa. Down a full exchange in this position. He played the move queen, with his knight under attack. He played the move queen F4, playing a trick. Bishop takes E2, now down a full rook, right? In this position, rook down to C7, thinking, hey, I'm attacking your queen and I'm threatening queen F7 mate. What could be sweeter than that? Until his opponent woke him up from his slumber with queen takes on C7, queen takes, and rook to C8, and the good old back rank trick, rook C1 coming in the position. If you were to hear play queen F4, and I think
that did happen.
It did happen. Now rook F8, and now rook F1 is the problem. Very nice counter shot by the Armenian superstar Martirosyan, ending this tournament in a flourish, just crushing people left and right.
Yes.
What can you say? This one was all over pretty early. He played some strange moves again.
It was getting his rook trapped on D5 for no reason.
For
it was
no
still
reason
a complex
at all.
position, but for some reason he thought he had sufficient compensation in that with the dark square bishop, and he just got outclassed. And this very nice finishing move with rook F8, killing the game because of the back rank checkmate is just pulls a really nice tournament from Martirosyan, which started horribly with specifically against Checa.
That's right.
That was horrible blunder.
It was that game. It was
Yes.
Checa against Martirosyan, in which that horrible blunder. And this is some sweet vengeance.
That's a great way to close out that last round and say, buddy, I got you back. It's nice to have a Shevchenko style setup so that you can get the guy again, at least a double round, so you can get that same player back again and potentially get your revenge. And that's
exactly what happened.
Revenge.
Well, that's how we had the first couple years of the Sigfield Cup. So
the first 2 years were Shevchenko's. The first one was double.
Double Scheveningen, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And then in Fabiano's as well.
Double Scheveningen, yeah.
Because I do remember I'm sure I remember 2 Vesselin games. When Fabiano had that ridiculous 7-0 result.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else is going on. We have plenty of games left.
Ridiculous meaning very good, obviously. So let's take a body count. we've got Martirosyan who won. It looks like Rufang Lee is going to win in short order. Xiong, we like his chances to win, but certainly not in the bag.
No, but not by any means.
So right now, it looks like we could be happy to get a +1 in the under 17s, but that's in doubt. Meanwhile, in the under 14, I liked Martha's position last time I checked, and it seems like it's still going pretty well.
Well, let's take a look at Liang's game, because that's
more wild.
He's gotten in the knight g3 f5, which I really liked, and I'm at a loss at what exactly Abdusattorov. There you go. Abdusattorov is going to do against this, because after f5 you're just blasting open the position. Taking on e4 is a serious threat. You cannot really open the e file. Look at these pieces which are just begging to get in, and so many checkmating patterns against that king on g1. This is going to be extremely dangerous. This is going to be extremely dangerous here for the Uzbek superstar. I mean, we're talking about a serious attack, and this is a wonders element. He is still not the strongest endgame player. He's still not the strongest positional player. But you get this guy in the complication and attacks and initiative. Wow, is he unstoppable.
All he needs is to pick his rook above a8 and put it on f8, but let's not quibble.
This is great.
This is awesome. Because look at White's pieces. Knight on h2, rook on b1, bishop on c1. Also meaningless pieces. So if you have to have a rook out of the way and get White's pieces to be out of the way as well, then it's still going to be fantastic.
No, I love his position, definitely. All right, let's see. So, look, we like our Wander's position.
And we're going to go to our guest, Martirosyan, who has finished the tournament with some sweet vengeance.
Indeed, after a blunder that he would like to forget, what did he do? What you're supposed to do. He started crushing people and able to finish this tournament in style. Indeed, Haik Martirosyan, congratulations on this really good victory today. Were you surprised when he put his rook on d5 and allowed you to trap it on that square? What were you thinking when you saw that?
Նավակ դեինք շատ արագ եկավ, ինձ թվում էր երկար պիտի մտածեր այդ քայլը անելուց առաջ, ես նավակ 5 էի սպասում, այնտեղ մի քիչ երևի ոչ ոքի կլիներ վերջնախաղ.
He said he was expecting his opponent to take longer before playing rook d5, but he played it very fast, so he was expecting rook e5, and he thought it would end in a draw.
Wow. And let me ask you, when you came into the game, he beat you a game earlier in the tournament that was not your best game. Were you thinking revenge in this game? Was it important to you to defeat him as an opponent?
Քանի որ իրան պատվել էր, ուսանք բացայց ալած ոնց է դրամադրված, ուզում էր անպայման ուզում էր հաղթել, թե ինչ է դրամադրված։
Նորմալ շախմատ խաղալ։
No, I just wanted to play a good game.
Why don't I believe that? You finished the tournament really powerfully this time. What did it mean for you now that the experience is done playing? What did it mean for you playing here in St. Louis and playing in this event on this stage, on this brighter stage?
Մամա որ մտցումը վերջացել է, ինչ կարևոր էր կամարս մտցում խաղալը։
Շատ բաներ սովորեցի, սկզբնախաղային առումով, նոր գիտելիքներ ձեռք բերեցի, եւ Սենթ Լուիսը շատ էր դուր եկել։
Ինչ է Սենթ Լուիսը։
Ընդհանուր մտնոլորտ հանգիստ էր, ամեն խաղի դվայրել։
He said that he learned a lot here. He gained a lot of experience. He learned a lot of openings, and he really likes St. Louis, and he likes the general atmosphere here.
Well, we liked watching you play. Congratulations on not just this win, being able to come back from such a loss, showing us what it means to be a champion, and good luck for the rest of your career.
Thank you.
Guys, a star in the making, definitely showing what it takes. It's okay when you win, but when you lose horribly and you can come back, that's a special sign.
Well, especially a bright future, because it's not all about talents, also about the resources that you have behind you, and we know that you need a powerhouse amount of resources to catapult some of these young players to their full potential. We have it here with the Young Stars and the St. Louis Chess Club, in making that path available for the top juniors to become world champion. And there are many countries that are doing exactly, well, perhaps not exactly the same thing, but something very similar, and we know that Armenia is passionate about chess. You know, Martirosyan is one of the great superstars they're going to be supporting for years to come.
And there was just actually an article published in one of my favorite magazines, The New Yorker, all about Levon Aronian and the potential for him to be world champion, which is also really great timing for getting some extra attention for the Sinkfield Cup. It's always wonderful to see mainstream coverage of the stars. We are getting a lot of mainstream coverage, not only for Levon Aronian in this article, but even more so for the return of Garry Kasparov.
Right, that's what everybody's talking about, and of course, what is on everybody's radar is the return of Garry Kasparov to the board. I don't think he's going to be playing. Is he going to be? Yes, he is going to be playing against Levon Aronian here at the St. Louis Rapid because I think Levon didn't play in Paris, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Levon did not play in Paris.
Which means that Levon will be facing Garry Kasparov, an excellent match, and I think Garry has tremendous respect for Levon Aronian's chess. What was
and vice versa.
Well, I don't think that needs to be said, but I remember that Garry said something along the lines that the world of chess is a little bit better when Levon Aronian is playing well.
I love that. That's a wonderful quote.
By the way, remember there was a time in this game where the Andrew Hung game, that is, with Ramesh Babu, did you when Andrew had 29 minutes?
Yes, that was about 18 minutes ago.
And it was 8:40 for Ramesh Babu when he played this insane knight d5. Andrew has not moved. He is now down to 11 minutes on the clock.
Crazy.
One mind-bending move has sent him right now into an 18-minute think.
Well, mind-bending was exactly the word, I guess.
You're coming up with creative shots like knight to F to D5. You will confuse a lot of people, including a lot of GMs. This kid here on your right can play. Okay, he missed queen H4 and should have been crushing completely. But the thoughts that are going on in his head tactically to change games, this is still slightly better for black. This is after a knight sack on E5 against him, by the way. And he's confident in playing this move. He has no clue that he missed queen H4. But it doesn't matter because he's played a move that satisfies him. And the more that Andrew thinks, the more satisfied and confident he's going to be.
Definitely have to agree. And it seems that Rufang has a humongous advantage. They're telling me about to end it all. Sorry, I wonder Liang. And let's take a look at because this didn't look like... We've
known that about Rufang Lee for a few moves, yeah.
Yeah, but oh god, yeah, this looks... I can't believe he took on F5. But okay, he took on F5, so this is the current position on the board. And of course, after the very logical move, bishop d4, this pin is so dangerous. He had to play the move rook e1 just to defend the knight, and there must be more than one way of winning. The logical move, I think, is queen g5.
Crushing.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushing.
To just put in more fuel here to the fire. I mean, I don't even know what to play.
The knight is just about indefensible.
You have to play, what, queen f2? Queen f2, I was thinking I have something takes f5. I wasn't sure if bishop or knight. The nice thing about the knight takes on f5 is that after this, I'm trapping a rook, among other things. I'm trapping a rook.
But bishop f5 is so forcing.
And bishop f5 is also winning because now you really do have to take on f5.
Yeah, you're attacking the bishop on that square, and so that the knight can come back and hammer. And now you're ready to play knight takes d5.
Now, yeah, because of the disappearance.
Because the bishop is gone.
Right.
You should point that out, by the way, why you avoided the blunder after queen this one.
Or immediately, right? Because I'm afraid of the move bishop c4. Now, the computer says even this is okay, which is amazing to me. But...
well, bishop c6 probably is enough, but why? No, you will play queen g5 first, though, is what the main variation I was looking
at. Queen g5, queen f2, and now knight takes d5.
And then knight takes this one, and now you can play bishop c4.
And
force him to slow down.
It's probably even still good.
Yeah, but
why?
It's not as sweet as
it's not as sweet as just killing him. Bishop f5, knight f5, something along those lines. It doesn't seem like the Uzbek player is going to survive. He actually plays king h8. A lot of patience here from the young superstar. I wonder Liang wanting to play knight takes d5 in the next move, and you see that he's not going to have the pin with bishop c4 anymore. However, it does kind of waste a tempo. I'm wondering if I can play my knight back to f1, at least trying to salvage the piece here with knight f1. And still a huge advantage for black, but I don't think this finishes the game as sweetly as the other one did.
A Wander Cho Liang. Well, you know, it's great to see the developments this round. Alejandro, I almost called you a wander. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's just so wonderful to see the developments this round and see that perhaps the U.S. is going to end this on a sweet note despite it being an awful tournament.
Well, the round's not over, and we are -1. So.
Yeah, you're a little early, by the way. And in this other game, Andrew Hung did finally move, so let's not get too optimistic because he did drop his knight back to d3, which is not the ideal move in this position. According to the engines, knight takes and pawn takes now can be played, but
that looks horrible.
It looks disgusting. These double pawns, the exposed king.
But we got rook f1.
But, you know, you're looking at this move, rook f1 might come into the game and try to defend this position. Of course, this bishop looks fantastic. All this knight needs to do is show up in the game somehow, though I don't see how to make it happen yet. This bishop will be good. I don't know, Alejandro. If there's a fighting chance, this could be a fighting chance. I'm talking about random, unless you find something that just knocks me out really quickly. This could be one of those, it's messy enough.
This could go either direction.
That's all you want. That's all you want. You don't want it where the guy's just running at you. So knight d3, guard f2, try to survive, and force him to come up with moves. And guess whose seconds are ticking down once again? And he should be getting nervous again once more. And you can see there that body language is telling you as these young players are in it. I mean,
oh yeah,
they look like fighters. I love it, the way they just hunched over the board and steeped in thought, trying to figure out the variations. You know they're good enough to calculate very quickly. It's such a great thing to see young people playing chess. It's just a beautiful thing, passion of mine to see, and especially such stars. And what is he going to do? He knows his clock is ticking down. He's under 6 minutes now.
It's a very complex position. He wants to be sure of what he's doing because he sees the idea of rook f1. He knows knight e3 is correct, but he knows that rook f1 is going to be coming. I do have some more bad news, as Salimova seems to be just absolutely killing Carissa Yip. We can take a look at that game. We left it off quite some time ago. After f6, you were mentioning, Maurice, the power of this move, knight to f5, and this attack on the king side that's coming up, and we're not kidding about this attack on the king side. Takes before the king did this subtle king h1 move, prophylactical idea before launching on the king side, b3, queen d1, and Salimova, with nerves of steel, says, I see your little pawn rolling. Yeah, it's going to get all the way down to b2, and I just don't care. She even moves the queen to the side of the king and is saying, okay, that's it. The pawn's not going to go any further than b2. You cannot distract either of my rooks to do anything significant. And Carissa just was unable to find a plan. None of her moves from now on really make a lot of sense to me. They're just all passive defensive moves. And queen c6, queen a8 looks like pretty silly.
Pointless.
Yeah,
h5.
h5 loss. And now h6. And how do you defend this position? I mean, I'm just destroying your king side. The queen's stuck on a8. The knights don't really have any coordination. And your prized possession, the pawn on b2, is completely stuck.
No, the point of this is well known. You've got to destroy the white center.
Yeah.
The white center cannot just be sitting like that. That pawn on b4 is meant to crack the pawn on c3 so that your pieces can come in and so that you can attack d4 and get counterplay. This position, the pawns are just stable, that chain of pawns extending from c3 to e5 and then protecting the knight on d6. You can't just let those pieces sit like that.
No.
You're going to die.
No. This is death. I mean, the king is too weak. And the reason that this pawn center is so strong is if you can see black's pieces, they don't have the capacity to travel around the board to the king side the way that whites do. Look at this bishop on d2. Yes, it's in the center. It can eye the queen side, but it's also eyeing the king side. This rook can always transfer down to the other side. The queen can easily transfer to both sides. Black's queen, not so much. This rook, not so much. The knights, they always only have one spot. It's the superfluous idea. Again, the superfluous idea of the knight on e6. You would rather just have one knight and get rid of the knight on d6 for white, but you can't. And right now there are just too many attacking pieces barreling down on the king side, and it seems like Salimova is going to move to 50% to finish her tournament.
Yeah, of course, after a disastrous start, including a loss on time and a miss of mate in two. So
yeah, that missing mate in two is probably the biggest miss of the tournament. We do have the move h6, but now there's a very concrete idea to which I don't quite see a defense, which is to just put the queen on f6. It attacks the rook on e7, so you got to move it I don't know where you move it, actually. Let's put it on... Where do you put this rook? Actually, I was trying to play knight f7 and queen h8 mate as my idea, but I actually cannot even find a place to put my rook after queen f6.
Oh, that's a nice idea, though. Knight f7 and queen
Yeah,
h8.
for example, if the rook moves,
d7, yeah.
knight f7, and I'm threatening checkmate on h8, and I don't see how you stop that, but it's even easier the fact that the rook doesn't have any moves, because if you do... Oh, well, actually, that is the easiest. Yeah, that is the easiest win. Rook d7 and knight f7, and that's just game over.
Beautiful.
You checkmate on h8. Yeah. So that's going to be another win for the world. I don't see that going any other direction. I mean, Carissa's just busted. The only plus, I don't see any other position in which we're losing. At least not yet. So there's that. And let's see how Jeffrey's game is going. Perhaps we have some good news there.
Well, Jeffrey Zhang's game, we just saw some trades.
There's a lot of trades. So there's 2 pawns up for Jeffrey, but there's a double attack on a7 and h7. I can't actually play rook h4 to maintain my material edge, because after king g3 again, I'm attacking the rook on h4 and the pawn on a7. That means that I actually do have to give up one of the pawns. This looks kind of drawish, actually. I don't know if Maurice agrees with me, but...
I was thinking it was drawish.
And Kurtsev has resigned against Salimova. Salimova now climbing back to an even score after a traumatic start to her tournament.
Yep. I think she could easily have gone 4 out of 4. That winning position against Marta Samarasvili, she let go, and then she lost some time, and she had made it 2 against Carissa. I think that is a pretty clear example of a game that she could have won.
Oh, you think?
Yes. And then
So that's another revenge game.
Yeah, this was another revenge game. And then 2 solid victories, I think, in rounds 3 and 4.
Crushing. That's +2 for the world team so far, by the way.
Yeah.
So in order for your prediction to work, Jen,
we need 3 games somewhere.
We need to start rocking and rolling. And
Well, we got Lee.
Johnson.
We need Lee, Liang, Sevian. Oof, it's hard. It's tough.
No,
Well,
Sevian is not doing anything in his game.
At least Lee, I wonder, is winning. I mean, that move that Nodirbek played, which is knight g4, strikes me as super strange because it invites black to play h5, and I don't actually understand why you forced me to do this. Bishop b2 was played, but that's just kind of admitting defeat. There are some tricks that he's playing for, but this is definitely insufficient. The move queen g5 looks like it's an extra piece to me.
Queen g5 is crushing the game with Andrew Hung.
Oh no.
I mean, the
I don't like that side.
It's all about tactics. Rook f8, he's played a very strange move.
What?
Imagine your c3 pawn. Just rook f8 has just been played, shoring up f7. Imagine it's your c3 pawn that's under attack. That you decide that's the guy I'm going to defend.
Who cares about that guy?
I mean, that's the guy. You go to play rook c1. It's like, that's not the guy. What you need is to start worrying about other things happening on the board, but that's not the guy. You waited and played this defensive move. Rook f1 is far more logical in this position than rook ac1. Getting some pressure on this line. The Indians give king g2 even to say, just bring your king more short up and be ready to play rook c1 yourself. This c pawn will be a problem. Have my c pawn. Nobody cares about pawns like that. But this one, rook ac1, giving his opponent a completely free tempo to play a move like rook to d8. And of course, black has tremendous pressure. He just added to the position. This move and this move, they're not equivalent. They're not equivalent. This one is just passive, and that one's monstrously active. But look at the clock times. Let's take a look at the clocks. He's under 4 minutes. He's actually under 3:30 right now. Is Ramesh Babu in this game? And so Andrew Hung is hoping that will be the key to his defense. If he can stay sturdy, rock solid, and stop this tactical wizard from jumping on him somehow, then maybe he will blunder. That is, maybe black will blunder in this position. And he's looking around for a move, and he has indeed found the active rook a d8. Of course, very active move. And he needs to stay ahead on the clock, does Andrew. He's got to stay ahead on the clock. That's his only hope, because his position sucks. Put put it bluntly.
Yeah.
Position.
Well, after rook AC1,
great.
I mean, you just wasted a full tempo in an extremely complicated position.
What is up defending these crappy pawns? Forget even defending decent pawns. I'll throw away a decent pawn. Half decent.
But C3 is like
but
the
a
worst.
horrible, crappy looking piece of garbage? I would like to give it to you. I'd actually like you to take it. Please take this pawn so I can bring my rook to the C line. Something, not
Rook
this.
AC1 was a very strange move.
Very strange.
Unfortunately, I think that Grivas was right when you interviewed him earlier, Maurice. Jeffrey's endgames don't strike me as very good. I thought he was going to put a ton of pressure on his opponent, but this is just petering out to a dead draw. It's 3 against 2 on the same side, and yeah, he's going to keep trying. Of course he's going to keep trying in this position, but isn't this theoretically already considered to be drawish?
Looks very drawish to me. By the way, in Sam's game against Chopra, that looks like a dead draw at best for Sam. At best.
Yeah, well, the white king's a little more active, and that should give him a slight edge. You see that king on e3?
I'm sorry, a draw at best for black.
For black, yes.
Sorry, that's what I really meant. That black is not winning this position.
Oh, no.
Like, by any means. So we don't even look at Sam to try to win this one.
You clearly see the difference of power between the king on e3 and the king on f8. For now, I'm kind of safe because I cannot trade too many pieces. The rook on a3 is attacking the pawn on c3, which means that I cannot actually easily trade the dark square bishops. I could trade all the bishops and bring the king in. You can see how c4 falls. So for now, that's not kind of a concern. But, yeah, I cannot imagine black ever winning this position. It looks like black can hold it, but no more than that. Rook b3 was played, and I hope that was done with careful calculation, because a lot of bishop endgames are lost because of the activity of the king. So I think rook takes is not great because this pawn is actually way too active. You might want to play just rook a5 in this position as white, and pass the move rook a3 does not appeal to me because this bishop endgames, again, because of the difference of power of the kings, you have to be very careful. Here you still have bishop c5 check, which should draw, but without that you can already see that the threat king d4 is very, very strong. Definitely Chopra in the driver's seat in this position.
Meanwhile, over in the girls' board between Martha and Bibi Sara, I really liked Martha's position some time ago, but it looks like the endgame waters have not favored her either, as her pieces here with her bishop on b5 and her rook b4 seem like they're kind of cluttered. And I'm worried that a well-timed bishop d7 is going to be problematic, because if we manage to double your b pawns,
what do you mean, well-timed? She's just lost.
She's going to play bishop d7 after. Well, it's white's move, right? But is there any way to stop bishop d7?
She has to play c4 eventually.
No, but c4 bishop d7, that didn't change anything.
What are you supposed to do?
But you're going to have to go into a horrible rook endgame.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go to the pawn endgame.
What are you supposed to do?
No, the pawn endgame is totally
I mean,
lost.
for instance, if you don't play c4 and you trade on d7, that pawn endgame is
No, that
lost.
is definitely lost.
Well, obviously now, but
h4,
yeah.
bishop d7, if you take, either I'm really dumb or my computer's really dumb, but how can this possibly be a draw?
There must be some...
h5, miraculous...
h5 has to be the move.
And somehow I can't actually make progress?
Yeah.
Man, I hate computers.
No, it's just...
Wait.
It's your bad pawns. You actually have only one good pawn. You have to push it. So there's a king and pawn ending where you have to deflect to white's king.
White has
the outside passer, so white's outside pass pawn trumps.
So even down a pawn.
that's why.
Even down a pawn, this is a draw? Here takes. This is a draw? That is amazing.
That's a very interesting. I mean, yeah, I thought it was totally lost as 2 at first glance. This is really a very surprising variation. And let's take a quick break as these endgames are enticing us, even if the result of this match is already predetermined.
My favorite player of all time is probably Garry Kasparov.
I like Kasparov.
Garry Kasparov.
Garry Kasparov.
Because he had an unorthodox style, a very attacking style, and he also writes very good books.
Just seeing him move the pieces at the board, that was really very, very incredible.
He's like more of an attacking, dynamic player.
I might be a little biased because I've analyzed with him, but he's a very aggressive player and brings a lot of energy towards the game.
I actually don't have one.
My favorite player ever is probably Alexander Alekhine, and that's because I love his style, his will to win, and the fact that he never gave up.
My favorite chess player is Mikhail Tal, because he played really exciting chess. He usually gave away a lot of pieces, but still won the game.
My favorite player is Magnus Carlsen. He's the most unorthodox player in the history of chess. He's from a new generation.
Robert James Fischer, and because I think my play style matches with his play style.
Kasparov's style of play is very interesting, dynamic with many sacrifices, combinations, very beautiful play.
Garry Kasparov, because I really like his style and his dynamic play.
My favorite player would probably be Capablanca because of his Engen technique, I'd say.
Is Garry because, first, I think he's the greatest player of all time. Second, I just really enjoy watching his games. He's just a very energetic player, plays for the kill, and to work with him just gives that extra reason.
Welcome back to the Match of the Millennials. Well, I was predicting a great round for the U.S. today, and I might not be right about that on every board, but one guy who won a great game, Rufang Lee, he's with Maurice.
Absolutely, Rufang Lee wanting us to rename the variation beginning with 1B3, calling it the Rufang, because he has won some scintillating games with this opening. This position you had seen before in one of your previous games very recently.
Yes, this game up to the move Rook F5, I was following my game against Anthony He in the National Open, and here my opponent played better than in that game. He played, my opponent played B5, and I didn't have a straight way to checkmate, unlike the other game.
Right, the other game you did get that beautiful line. We did show that game, actually a scintillating game that had us all applauding. This game, it was an end game, but it was an end game where you're just dominating, it seemed, pretty straightforward fashion. Your tournament didn't go the way you wanted it to, but it's good to end in a good note.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's always nice to win the last round, I guess. Especially, it's also nice when it's the first win. But I guess it'll help me in the next tournament, which is coming up very soon, the U.S. Open.
I mean, you seem to just... you're a slacker. No, you exactly not. You play all the time. How come you're playing so much? Do you feel maybe sometimes you need a rest, or is it just the love and the passion for the game?
I like to play, of course. Also, I think it helps me get into form. Like when I play, then I start getting this feeling that, you know, like my brain is working.
What is your evaluation about this tournament? What are the things you feel you need to fix so that you can play stronger?
I think from the beginning, I was kind of blundering some like simple tactics. Like in the first game, I lost a pawn for no real reason, and then in a couple of other games, I got bad positions straight out of the opening. I think those are pretty much the main problems. Just some simple tactical oversights.
How do you fix that?
Solve more tactics.
Off the tactical puzzles, the U.S. team did not do great in this event. What are the overall lessons for the team, and do you want to see a rematch?
A rematch would be nice. I'm sure we'll win next time if we don't always try to force our wins. You know, I think like Jeffrey in his game against Martirosyan and Sevian against Smirnov, I think, of course, also me against Esipenko the first time we played, I think we all overpressed and made some unnecessary sacrifices that ended up costing the team.
All right, so no overpressing. We see a draw in the game with Sarana and Jeffrey Xiong. It was surprising that the under-17s did not do better. I mean, you could not have expected this result at all. Is it? You say you're sure you'll win. That was a provocative statement. Why are you so confident for the next time?
Well, I think all we need is some experience. I mean, for most of us on the team, I think this was our first team tournament. Well, I'm not sure we'll win next time.
Oh, come on.
I like
stick
it.
with it. Come on. Well, we know that you are a practicing player and a growing player, all of 15 years old. You've got a bright future ahead. Keep it up, and we look forward to seeing your exploits in future tournaments.
One last question for Rufang. We all love your sister as well and her super talent. Do you play with her, and do you offer her any advice, if either way?
I don't play with her, but I do offer her advice. Like, if she's playing on chess.com and she gets a bad position, I might tell her what she should try.
That is cheating, ladies and gentlemen.
You got a brother who's a grandmaster. It's not bad. Pulling some rights when you're she's 7 now, 7-year-old.
She's stronger than me.
Sure, her talent, though, is pretty fierce. She's all of 1788, I believe. It's 7. Yeah. Pretty tough little cookie. Does she feel like she's going to get better than you someday? Does she trash talk you?
She thinks she's already better than me.
Confident little girl and a very talented family, the Lee family. Watch out for those names in the future.
Well, we are about to have a result in the under-14 section as Andrew Hong is completely lost against Praggnanandhaa. He's basically just down a queen for a rook and zero composition. If anything, black's better. Let's take a look at what happened in that game. This move rook AC1, as Maurice was saying, just completely bad. Rook A8, and look at White's moves. They were very, very difficult for me to explain, because this just allows Black a huge initiative. I mean, look at White's last moves. There were kings on H2, and then you moved it here. Whereas Black played with incredible force. Bishop to E5, the move king H7 to play F5, a trade of rooks, and F5. Queen F3, king G7, defending this rook, allowing you to take on E4. Taking on F5 is suicidal. Rook takes F5, and then he had to give up the queen because you're getting mated on every variation. And this is, of course, way, way too much material. They've made a bunch of fast moves since then, but obviously, White is just down a queen, and there is zero compensation. He can resign if he felt like it, but...
Pragu playing with some wind in his sails, knowing that I've been hearing that Vishy Anand is actually going to be doing the prize giving.
Yes, he's going to be giving the prize giving ceremony to all the world team players. I don't think any of our squad won a single prize. So, yeah, definitely pumped up for that.
Yeah, the Indian delegation will certainly be appreciative of that, and all the players, of course, to get prizes from the legendary Anand.
Yeah.
And we have Jeffrey Xiong, the world junior champion, with us to talk about his game and tough finish here for the match in Millennials.
Well, he was never in any trouble in this particular game, but not enough to actually win in the end. Jeffrey, this wasn't your finest tournament. You ended up 50% in the event. What do you need to do to, or first of all, tell us, what do you feel happened in this tournament that didn't give you everything that you wanted?
I think basically what happened is once we started falling behind early, I think everyone was felt inclined to push for wins, and as a result, we lost many games. But I mean, no excuses. To give all the credit to the world team players and coaches. They played lights out, and then they managed to blow us out of the building.
Yeah, blow us out of the building was one way of putting it for sure. For yourself personally, what do you feel didn't go right?
Well, I mean, again, happened in this game. I played the end game very badly, so I definitely need to work on end games.
Some months, 6 months maybe in the books. Grab some Dvoretsky manual, end game manual. I'm sure your game is certainly at a certain level, your end game, but at this level, if you're going to do the 2700 thing, you're going to have to be super refined.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to play end game after end game with many errors is not acceptable.
Tell us, what is your feeling about a revenge match?
I hope it comes soon, because yeah, this one I really just want to forget about as soon as possible.
All right, well, we will let you get going. Again, like you said, get those end game books going, get those end games right and tight, and we know you'll be back stronger than ever.
Thanks.
Well, Jen, let's see, what is the body count right now, as I think we're getting squashed yet again. I believe in the under-17 section, we currently have a 1.5, as Nicholas Checa lost.
And Sam's actually in a bit of trouble. He's not easily drawing this by any means.
No, even though he has good drawing chances, I feel, but we'll take a look at that later. At least in the under-17, we're not losing yet, but the under-14 does not look great yet again.
Looks like we're going to be -1 in that section, aren't we? Oh, -2.
Yeah, -1 seems generous, as Carissa Yip has lost her game against Salimova. Marta Samarasvili looks to me like she might hold. She might hold against Assaubayeva, but obviously in the worst part of a drawn endgame. I wonder Liang is killing his opponent, absolutely crushing.
And Pragu is also. Those two are a wash right now.
But a wash there as Praggnanandhaa.
A spectacular wash, if you will, both players.
Yeah, very nice games there for both black sides. As you see, Marta Samarasvili is still holding on against Assaubayeva, and I think she might be able to do so. I think for some reason Assaubayeva has put all of her pawns on dark squares, and this gives White an excellent chance of trying to hold a position. Let's see if she's able to do so. I didn't like her last move because I feel, and you saw that like eyebrow expression from Assaubayeva was very light, but you kind of learn to look for these things when you're a chess player. That eyebrow expression when she did not expect to move. This move, King E4, does seem very strange to me because after King E4, Bishop E6, I forced the king out of the light squares, can I penetrate on D5 or F5, and I have a double attack on B3 and B5. You would be basically forced to play the move Bishop E8, but if I play here Bishop D5 or even just take on B3, I'm not really sure that you have the time to go and take the pawn on F6. It's something that she's going to have to calculate. She does have the time to do it at the moment, as she has 4 minutes to do so.
And we have Maurice with Salimova.
We're with Nurgul Salimova, who started the tournament with 2 losses, but has since come back, shown her championship medal, and won 2 in a row. And today's game was just an absolute demolition of Carissa Yip. First of all, congratulations on this victory. This game, it just went according to plan. You got the chance to play this E4 move. Did you feel throughout that you had this game under control?
Дали всичко е много днеска по план, дали всичко е било под контрол в тази партия?
Днес за щастие всичко беше добре. Успях да се подготвя добре, така че имах лека партия.
Yes, today she made a good preparation and finally succeeded to find the right opening, because in the last few games in the opening she had some problems, so everything went according to the plan. It was typical position of this E4 move in E5. So she's very happy that today it was a safe game.
You had 2 tough games to start and bounce back with 2 wins. How are you feeling now about the trip itself, and not just the games themselves, and also about the trip to St. Louis?
Comment са всичките целият турнир, въобще за цялото пътуване в Сент Луис? Дали си доволна от играта, от условията, от всичко?
От условията съм повече от доволна. За първи път играя на такъв турнир с такива добри условия. Много ми харесва играта. От играта, за съжаление, не съм доволна, но се надявам, че скоро всичко ще бъде наред. И се надявам пак да играя тук.
She is very happy from the conditions here in St. Louis. She said that this is the best condition ever she had in the tournament. So she liked also the city. She said it's very beautiful, St. Louis. From her game, is not so happy because she obviously lost the first 2 games. She was expecting more, but she is hoped to be again part of the world team if there is another project.
Well, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on coming back in your last couple of games. You definitely showed yourself to be a champion.
Thank you.
Guys?
All right, well, nice finish there for Salimova, who finishes with 2 victories in the last 2 games. We only have a few games left, as we did see Andrew Hong resign against the Indian superstar Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, and that leaves for really I wonder Liang. He has to win his game to at least try not to go down today on the match overall. Sam Sevian and Marta Samarasvili are trying to defend some rough bishop endgames.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd have to draw both of those in order to keep the stasis in the match.
Yeah, and they're definitely not winning. Actually, they're both down a pawn currently.
Well, not even. No, we're going down. Yeah, it's impossible. We're going to lose this match.
Are we? Or what is the current score?
Because Carissa lost to Salimova, and
you're right.
We need to pick up a point.
No, we're definitely
just drawing is not enough.
We're going to pick up a wonders point, but that's it, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to be either -1, -2, or -3. So nobody predicted that, so at least I didn't lose. I said +2, you said +1, and Maurice said even.
I was closer than anybody else. Thank you.
There's a silver lining. Always a silver lining.
Yes, there is a silver lining. One of the silver linings of this tournament was watching such fantastic world talent, such as this 11-year-old superstar that we have in the studio with Maurice.
Well, he has been touted as the next Indian superstar, and with good reason, beating GMs at a very young age, the youngest IM of all time, and he showed it in this tournament why he's such a spectacular talent. First of all, congratulations on a very fine result.
Thank you.
today's game wasn't as simple as all that. It was wild. It was crazy. At one moment, he played this idea against you with knight takes e5. And I know you're normally cool under pressure, but this time you look nervous. Were you worried about this game, the way it was going on?
Yeah, but I was looking at these ideas with knight on e5, but in this place, I didn't think about it much because knight e5, I thought queen e5. Then for bishop f7, king f8, bishop d4, I have queen g5, queen d6. Then I realized if queen d6, then knight c4.
All right, hold on. Let's catch up with your variation. So bishop f7, king. So bishop, let's look at this board.
I can't keep up.
Yeah, let's look at this board right here. So you said bishop e8 now? Wait.
No. Here, check, king. H8 and bishop d4.
Mm-hmm.
So first I thought queen g5 or queen d6, just wait, but queen g5 means knight f3, then queen d6 means knight c4 is there.
Always kicking the queen out from a good square.
Okay.
Then I realized I have to play something. Luckily I have this knight of d5. Now I checked it, queen h4 is also better.
Queen h4 was actually winning the game according to the engine.
Yeah, but I missed it. I didn't see the queen f2, this hanging.
Overlooked that point. So instead you played this wild idea with knight fd5, and he played knight d3. Is this a move you saw? This must have feels like this came as a surprise to you when he dropped his knight.
No, I saw all the moves in this position maybe.
All the moves, okay.
Okay, not all the moves. Okay, possible moves, but he played this knight d3. I think so. It's a mistake.
Not the best move for sure in this position. And then you went on to execute, winning his queen and pretty much mopping up in the game. This was a very good performance for you. How do you feel about this and your trip to St. Louis itself?
Okay, in St. Louis, I didn't see any place, but
inside of the chess club.
Yeah, but this place is nice. But okay, this tournament went for me. It's very good. Very nice. 3/4/3. It's good.
Excellent. Well, hopefully next time in the future you come here, you'll get a chance to visit the town. They have some sites for sure. But we'll be watching your career. Congratulations on your result.
Well, definitely a good tournament there with 3 out of 4 points. Let's take a look at our Wonder's position, as this one should be ending momentarily. He has just played the move rook takes g4. I think that the move rook c1 was played since pawn takes on g4 meant the loss of a queen in this variation. So rook c1 was played, but now any good move finishes the game. I think he has chosen to move rook d4. And black's pretty much up a piece for 0 compensation and continues with a very strong initiative. So no doubt I wonder will pick up this point, which is the only hope we have right now of equalizing. No, we don't have any hope of equalizing because neither Samarasvili nor we're not equalizing. So Sam Sevian is still suffering down a pawn against Aryan Chopra, but I still think he has excellent drawing chances, while Geoffrey Xiong actually misplayed an endgame where he had excellent winning chances. Rufang Lee won a great game against Esipenko, and Martirosyan got his revenge against Nicolas Checa. In the under-14 section, we have Andrew Hong, who just lost his game against Praggnanandhaa. I wonder Liang is going to defeat Abdusattorov. And Marta Samarasvili is trying to hold on to an endgame with Assaubayeva, but I don't know if she can actually do so. We do have Maurice Ashley, though, with Andrew Hong.
We are with young Andrew after a tough loss in this game. Andrew, this one was crazy, and you had a solid position, but then you went for it with this wild idea of g4 and knight takes e5. What made you go hog wild, basically, in this situation?
Well, I thought it was good for white because after queen e5, I have ideas like bishop d4 and queen d6, bishop f7, knight c4. White's winning, so I think I missed queen h4, like in bishop f4, queen f2 checks.
Right.
I'm not sure what to do after knight fd5 though.
Knight fd5, I think in some positions you just have to take on d5 or something and just accept this queen e5 check position where you're worse because you exposed the position. It was a difficult tournament. I mean, you had to play up against some serious customers. What do you feel like after now having played those games? How do you feel playing such high-class opposition?
Well, I had a lot of good positions. The results just didn't show because I played bad after that. After getting good positions.
What do you feel you got to do? And we have a result coming in. It looks like your teammate Iwando Liang has wrapped up his game, so a win for the U.S. team. What do you feel you have to do to get your game stronger?
I just play better. I don't know.
You can't just play better. You got to do something to play better.
I'm not sure, really.
All right. Well, hopefully a coach can address that issue. What is your feeling? Is this the first time you've played in St. Louis?
Yeah.
What is your feeling about playing here and enjoying the atmosphere in this place that you must have seen before on screen?
Oh, I think when I actually see it, it's quite cool.
You mentioned when you sat down, is this how it looks in the studio? And it's like, yeah, this is how it looks in the studio. Do you watch our broadcast?
Yeah, sometimes.
Only sometimes, dude. Which ones do you watch?
Field Cup and U.S. Junior and I think those are only two I remember.
Okay. Well, Field Cup is coming up. Who do you expect to win that one? We got Magnus, we got Anand, we got Nakamura, Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, we got Wesley So, we got Fiddler. None of those? Nothing.
I have no
You're
idea.
waiting for a new name?
No, I have no idea.
On that list?
No.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone then. Well, thanks very much for joining us, and good luck figuring out what you need to do to improve.
Yeah.
I will start with hit those books, start studying, and clean up the end games. You just got to get better.
Yeah, okay.
We'll have a result very soon, as Assaubayeva has found a nice combination to finish off the game here against Samarasvili. So Assaubayeva will move on to 4 points out of 4, just devastated the American girls. Here in this position, this is actually not super clear just yet. The second game, it should be winning, but not completely clear, as I think in the analysis board that I have here, you still have the resource of playing b6 and trying to distract this king just in time after king takes b6 to try to get the bishop back to d1 and go king g7 and try to take all the pawns while stopping this pawn on e4.
Why isn't that a draw?
I think
king might show
think
up?
the wood is complex, but basically you're trying to remove. Actually, it's not. Yeah, it's still there, but it's a little complex. You need to push this bishop away from the e-pawn so it doesn't sacrifice itself for it. And I think it's because of this dumb pawn on g4 that I cannot maneuver the bishop all the way to the king side. But instead of that, she made it a little easier on her opponent. She played the move bishop c6 and this nice move bishop d5. Now, if you take this pawn endgame is obviously lost because I can catch this pawn as black, but you obviously cannot catch e4 as white. So you cannot trade bishops. She might have only counted that after king e5 that I'm attacking the bishop, and if bishop c6, bc6, it's actually white that is winning because you now need to capture my pawn before it queens. I'm going to take on e4 and capture all your pawns on the king side. But of course, who cares about this bishop? King e5 was played, and e3. Oof. Who's going to stop this guy? Well, the answer is nobody. e2, and this is, I think, the position that we have on the board is this, which is incredibly basic for a player of anybody's strength.
That's a queen. She's making moves now, but this is over.
This is completely lost. So that's going to be another point for the world team.
That's right, and it looks like they're going to be going to +2 for this round. Assuming that Sevian can hold.
Yeah, Sevian is the last game that is going to still go on, but he is down a pawn in what should be a holdable endgame. At least he's not losing. He still has to be a little bit careful about some things, but that pawn's not going anywhere. White's really passive. I don't think that White was really winning at any point. I'm pulling up the board here, and I don't see how you're really going to make progress with White. Yes, it's true that after king h4, it's suicidal to take and exchange the bishops, because after king g5, I come in and I take all of your pawns. But if I just don't do anything, if I just pass, I don't know, bishop f4 or something, I don't know what White's going to do to make any progress.
And Assaubayeva has won, going to 4-0. What a debut for her in St. Louis. Congratulations to Bibi. And we do have a bright spot for American fans today that Alejandro Liang won a fantastic game, and our U.S. junior champ is with Maurice.
U.S. Junior Champ, he will be playing in the main event, the U.S. Championship, next year, but he has business to take care of long before then. Today's game, I wonder, congratulations on that game. Very complex. Interesting, it was similar to the game that you had white and lost. Were you thinking that when you were in the game itself, that it was sort of a reflection of that game you had white against Ramesh Babu?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of realized, you know, it's actually very similar, but today, I mean, I definitely feel that I had the better side of both games in the pawn structure. Against yesterday, I just played like 5 blunders in 6 moves, so I was really hoping to get another fighting game today. And, you know, we played this kind of topical Svidler-Zaitsev, except he played this move A3, which I'm sure it's a move. I mean, everything is a move, but it didn't look very impressive to me. And well, like in the U.S. Junior closed, you know, I started out kind of shaking the first 3 games. So it's kind of a pity the tournament just ends here.
Would you wish it was 8 rounds as well, that you had a chance to play 8 rounds instead of just 4?
I'm not sure. But I definitely feel that if the tournament had produced more games, it would definitely be a lot more exciting, a lot more competition. It's hard to say how my form would be if we had 4 more games, but I feel that, you know, now I'm kind of in form, so I mean, maybe 8 games would be a good decision.
Certainly tough way to start, but always nice, always good to end on a high note, especially a nice game like this one. Overall, what's your assessment of the U.S. team? I mean not just this performance, but just the feeling. Like, what did you feel happened to you guys in this tournament?
I felt, I mean, going into the tournament, I felt the chances were more or less even. I'm not really sure what happened. I mean, we definitely showed signs of weaknesses. Like, in my first couple games, you know, I wasn't really quite sure how to play against players so young, you know.
So young?
Yeah.
Welcome to our world.
What are you talking about?
And so,
what is your exact age right now?
I'm 14, but, you know.
Come on, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a different style than what I'm used to, so it's kind
of... So you're used to being the youngin', and now you're the elder statesman in the group.
Right.
That's funny.
So, I mean, I guess maybe the rest of the team also felt kind of like that, you know. They've never really played similar players, and they really didn't get that much of an opportunity to get used to it, you know, get used to their style, how they play, just kind of analyze their weaknesses, you know. But sometimes bad things happen, and I guess that's just kind of also what happened to the U.S. team, you know. People were blundering, and I can definitely recount, you know, several instances where the U.S. team made lots of blunders, including myself, so...
Do you have revenge on your mind? Do you want a rematch next year, like tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I definitely have to say that losing any games, you know, like, you definitely want to get back to it right away. So, I mean, if we had some more games tomorrow, that would definitely be a great thing. But, I mean, I might have to wait until next year.
You want to see a rematch, though?
Yeah, I definitely want to see a rematch.
Right, that's the spirit. Well, thanks so much on a fine finish, and we know that you have a bright future ahead of you. And just keep on working. You're going to get there.
Thank you.
Spectacular player, Alejandro Liang. We know that he's going to be a star. He already is a star. Grandmaster in title quite soon. And playing in the U.S. Championship, we'll be calling a lot more of his games.
Can't wait. And, yeah, poor Wander can't play the rematch starting tomorrow. I'm sure Gary Kasparov would love to see that as well.
I think everybody would like to see that. We do have this game that's been going on for a while. White has an extra pawn, but Sevian knows this is a dead draw. There's really not much that White can do in this position to make any progress. It's actually also very difficult to blunder with Black as long as you don't touch the pawn on c3. you're going to be doing quite well. This is the current position on the board. The king has just been placed on e4. The king's simply going to go back to d3 very soon, and this pawn on c3 is never going to advance. The king on h4 is never going to penetrate. White's not going to do anything. So this game is going to end in a draw, and we can pretty much tally up the final results, because there is no way this ends in anything that is not a draw.
And we have Bibisara Assaubayeva, who got a perfect 4-0 here in her debut in St. Louis, and she is with Maurice.
Indeed, and with a 4-0 score, she's telling me, my name is Sarah. So we're going to have to respect that, given the powerful performance that she had here. She has a right to be called whatever she wants to. So first of all, congratulations on your result.
Thank you.
This game was not clear. It seemed very difficult from the start. What were you thinking about during the game? Was it a game you thought was difficult for you? Were you ever afraid of losing?
Трудная партия была, непонятно было, что было. Ты думал, что можешь проиграть сегодня или нет?
Да, я думала, что я могу проиграть, потому что долгое время моя позиция была опасная. И когда я пошла f6, соперница ответила ладья d6, но я не знала, что делать, если она ответит слон e4. У меня фигуры все связаны, и ничего не ходит.
Yeah, she felt like she could have lost because she was in danger for a very long time. And after she played f6, Carissa played rook d6, but she was very worried about bishop e4 because her pieces were tied down. She wasn't sure what she was going to do in that position.
You ended up coming back and winning this game and winning 4-0. Did you expect to do this well? I mean, you're the only person in the competition with a perfect score.
Ты все партии выиграла, во всем турнире только ты, что все партии выиграла. Ты ожидала, что можешь так хорошо здесь сыграть?
Ну, у меня был самый высокий рейтинг в моей категории, поэтому я очень хотела выиграть все партии. И даже когда была позиция ничейная в первом и в последнем туре, я старалась очень выиграть, и у меня это получилось. Я очень рада.
She is the highest rated player in her section, so she really wanted to win all her games. That's why in the first and this game, even when she had a drawish position, she tried really hard to win, and she's very happy about her result.
Indeed. Finally, what about the experience here in the United States, in the city of St. Louis? How do you feel you were treated, and would you like to come back?
Как здесь время провела, как к тебе относились, и хотела бы опять вернуться в Сент-Луис?
Да, мне тут очень понравилось. Как я уже говорила, тут были очень хорошие условия для игры. Гостиница была очень хорошая. Я бы хотела сюда вернуться. Тут шахматы очень на высоком уровне. И я хотела бы еще сыграть, может быть, в турнире, который сейчас будет среди гроссмейстеров, Синкфилд Кап.
She said the hotel is great, or the chess club is great. She had a really great time here. She was treated very well. She's very happy about the conditions here and chess and the organization at the highest level. And she said she wants to play in the next tournament that's coming up.
Well, great hopes, high hopes, have definite ambition. We certainly enjoyed watching you. Congratulations on a great result, and we look forward to seeing you sometime in the future.
Thank you.
Just call her Sarah. I'm not going to say anything else, because she might try to beat on me. But definitely a great result for this young lady.
And the match is now over, as we see that Sevian and Chopra have played their game out to a draw. So this concludes the match of the Millennials. And Bibisara, I love that. I will like to see you at the Sinkfield Cup in a few years. We'd love to see a woman playing amongst the elite like Judith Polgar did some years ago.
So the U.S. did not win a single match.
We didn't, but we did have Awonder Liang climb to an even score, and Samuel Sevian maintained his plus score. The only player.
Did you like that silver lining? Awonder Liang climbed to a 50% score. That is the silver lining and the best thing to happen to Team USA.
Hey, you take what you can get.
That's right.
I guess so.
And he had the right attitude. You know, that guy was hungry.
Yeah,
he wants to play tomorrow. So did Rufang Lee. You know, that's why our young players in the United States are so successful, because they get beat down and they're ready to go back in the ring.
Definitely, and I think that it's going to be a great learning experience here for them, going directly back to studying exactly what went wrong, how they got targeted so specifically, and see as a team what they need to improve to come back as stronger players.
Yeah, it was an absolutely brilliant match to watch and to call, and always fun just seeing players like Praggnanandhaa and Abdusattorov, Assaubayeva, these future stars, seeing them when they're right, perhaps even at the bottom of their curve, ready to shoot up even higher.
And that's true. We expect great things not only from the American players, but also from all the players that have come here and impressed us in the St. Louis Chess Club.
And Maurice, your final thoughts on this historic match?
Well, this position behind me, I think, is kind of representative of the match itself. The fact that there's a queen on the board, a dominant queen, and that was what Bibisara was in this event, and she certainly dominated the tournament completely. The team, the world team, just showed just how powerful they are and showed that there are weaknesses in the young squad for the United States. But as all of us have had this experience of having terrible events, terrible tournaments, more than once, in fact, you know that there are lessons to be learned, and then there's work to be done to fix the problems in your game. So the U.S. team showing that fighting mettle, no question about it, they will be back, and they want a rematch and fast. And I expect to see them continuing to rise. They'll learn from this. It's always what you want to do in a big event. When you lose, you learn. Losing is, in fact, an opportunity to learn. But this tournament was great to call, a lot of fun. Of course, I always have a lot of fun with you guys. And thanks for the team coming together, superstars. And I'm looking forward to the next one. This one we get a couple of days rest, and it's on to the Sinkfield Cup. So it should be quite a bit of fun as the summer of chess is just beginning here in St. Louis. So looking forward to it.
That's right, and thank you also to Tatev Abrahamian for translations, and speaking of rest, for filling in, as well as Grandmasters Christian Karela and Varuzhan Akobian.
Yeah, we have a long month of commentary ahead of us. We're really looking forward to that. And these were the final results.
The final results of the last round here, we see that Rufang Lee, his first victory of the tournament, and Martirosyan with a victory against Checa, who he had lost to earlier in the event. Meanwhile, in the under-14 section, as we've been mentioning, Bibisara sailing to a perfect 4-0 result.
She almost equaled the team score by herself. Sorry to point that out.
That is rough. That's a rough fact. Liang playing a good game against the super talented Abdusattorov, and Praggnanandhaa, creative and brilliant win against Andrew Hong. And here's the ugly truth. 17.5 points for the U.S. team to 31.5 for the world team. Geez, at least it wasn't double.
Oh, man, you and your silver linings. It's unbelievable.
And everyone, you want to stay tuned because we do have the legendary and the Sinkfield Cup participant Vishy Anand, who is going to be involved in the prize giving for the match of the Millennials. So stick with us. The closing ceremony will begin shortly. And of course, don't forget the Sinkfield Cup coverage is starting on August 2nd. Signing off now for Maurice and for Alejandro. And we'll see you guys soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing ceremony for the 2017 Match of the Millennials. It was an exciting 4 days here in St. Louis. The players really gave it their all. They competed in 2 rounds a day, 12-hour long days for the players, grueling it out. Ultimately, the victor of the 2017 Match of the Millennials was the World Team. A big round of applause for the World Team. Now, as an American, I have to say I'm a little disappointed, but I still have great hopes for the future of American chess. I saw what these kids are capable of, and it's exciting to watch. We're lucky to be joined by so many great chess players, but one in particular that I'd like to call to the stage here. We have former world champion Viswanathan Anand, who's competing in the Sinkfield Cup, to give the prizes. Awesome. And we will begin by giving the under 14 first place trophy. There we go. The under 14 first place trophy goes to the World Team. Come on up. Come on. Come on. All right, next up, we have the American phenom, the chess player who's been taking the chess world by storm, winning last year's Grand Chess Tour and just about every other event in between, Grandmaster Wesley So, and he will award the under 17 first place trophy. And the under 17 first place trophy goes to the World Team. Step forward. And next up, awarding the first place overall trophy, Grandmaster Viswanathan Anand, the overall winner of the 2017 Match of the Millennials, the World Team. Everybody step forward. All right, there are some folks that I'd like to thank just very quickly here. This was our very first event where we partnered with the U.S. Chess Federation, the Kasparov Chess Foundation, and FIDE, the International Chess Federation. None of this would have been possible without their hard work and helping us organize the teams, work out the logistics of the event, train the players, and bring them all here to St. Louis. So thank you to all of the sponsors, the organizers, and everyone who made this event possible. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time.
For Chief Arbiter, Tony Rich, Uzbekistan Chess Federation, take medal, please.
Thank you. I didn't even have to push a pawn to get this. All right, thank you all again. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time.